Hello. We are so back. So back. Sorry about that. I don't know exactly why, but OBS totally crashed in its stream. So I restarted my computer and reopened everything, and I took a little bit of a break to make Kenobi abscond for a little bit because he was harassing me. I don't know if my like sound carried after like OBS started crashing and you could hear me go and then realize that my OBS had crashed. Oh, you know what? We were on that was the universe saying, "Get back on track, idiot." Because we had gotten very distracted. I was showing you my shock model. When we should have been doing other stuff. Let me check that the audio is working. Fish. Hey, thank you for the resub. Como. Is that happy? Does that sound really quiet? Thank you for checking in, Viv. Yes, you guys can get extra check-ins. That's the bonus when we have to restart fucking stream. It wasn't an internet problem, so we didn't get that handy dandy Steam or OBS trying to reconnect thing. It just completely crashed the program. Not sure exactly why. I have to assume there's something to do with like memory problems. OBS isn't always very happy when I have something like Google Chrome running too, but I wanted to be, you know, lurking for friends' streams. Really, the fact that like I still have OBS problems even when I'm basically not doing anything, like not playing games or anything like that, is a bad sign. And it's reaffirming that I really need to probably do a clean reinstall of OBS without the plugins and only keep what's necessary. Test that. I thought about doing that before I restarted just now, but I was like, you know what? We're delayed enough as is. Let's just continue. It should not be having problems though. And if anybody's worried, well, it's maybe because you have two different Rahitubers going. The answer is The Chibi one is using less than 1% of CPU right now. And my more complicated one is using 3. The only thing that, like, it gets a little bit heavier on resources for, like, a second when you first start it up and you load a model. And, you know, I think we were in the middle of loading a model when it did crash, so... But even then, it doesn't use that much, so OBS shouldn't have had an issue like it did. Anyway, we're so back, though. Oh my god, my POV right now on my screen is so funny. It's just like my giant ass head and then the tiny chibi in front of me. I'm gonna take a screenshot. This is funny. Ah, cheese. Oh. I hate when print screen doesn't work. Cheese. There we go. I'm gonna post this on Blue Sky. Blueski, ye old Blueski. I am slowly transitioning to Blue Sky instead of Twitter. Not the immediate ad break when I start. I guess it's by design though, because it's usually supposed to run during it's the starting soon screen, so that we have more time before the next one. But we didn't do starting soon for this the restart. One second. I think this is going to be a funny screenshot. This cover is crazy. Ah, now I hear myself. No. Okay. Posing for my picture again. Ah. One second. Hello. Yeah, I just needed to update my command. That's another benefit to doing the song request instead. I don't have to do that. Although, like, Domo, what do you remember what you use for yours? Because you don't use StreamerBot, do you? Songify? Do you find that it ever, like, disconnects you? Because I feel like with the one that I used, I had to redo my authentication, like, over and over. This is a JoJo song. I've never even seen that. Sometimes when it gets an update. That's it? That's not too bad then. The one that I had, I liked that it was built into StreamerBot. I might have deleted it, actually. I said that I didn't, but I think I did. Yes, I did. Okay. I'll check that out. Is it an app? We're currently aware of an issue with Twitch login and leaning the auth code. If you're experiencing difficulties connecting to Twitch chat, please navigate to settings, Twitch, click on show credentials, blah, 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 blah. Oh, so it's like a bot in your chat? Maybe we'll try that. It's an app? Well, I mean, Jam works for now. We can set this up for like tomorrow or something. Or, you know, next time I crash my whole stream and I have time to set this up between. Okay, we're back on task. We've yet to fix the one thing that we went back a step from where I was last night, so now we need to get back to what I had. We started with this. We're gonna oh, I remember what I was saying. I'm thinking that I actually don't need all of these eye layers. That's right. That's what we were doing. We were doing this version. Oh. Just a pretty quick installation, then give me permissions, and you should be good. Okay, we can do that at some point. Maybe during my next break. I just don't want to get myself too sidetracked again. So I was saying that I actually think I was thinking about it, and I don't know why I have them all as separate groups right now. So we're gonna experiment in this version, the 0206 one. We're going to actually just put all of the irises in one eyes folder, and then only have one layer for the lashes, the whites. I can't imagine that would be a problem. We're gonna try it now. We just have to change our we just have to change our toggle settings and stuff. But if we can do it that way, then that'll be way easier to set up. And less layers is better, probably. Though really, I haven't really noticed much of a difference when I have a bunch of layers, except that when you load, it just takes it like a second longer. It shouldn't really affect that much, though. Okay, and we're going to go into the state and redo these settings. What is this? We're gonna just set these all back to the default no change. Looks really cursed right now, but instead what we're gonna do when we toggle our eye contact is we're gonna show these eye contact irises and hide any other irises that we have. And I think that'll be okay. We do have to change our blink. We have to change the blink, but it should be easy peasy as well. Let's just make it easier, go back to no change on everything. And then what that should mean is that all we need to do is do our eyes closed. And then maybe to not confuse myself, I should rename my layers right now. We'll leave these alone for now, but eyes closed default, we can leave it that way. We'll do just eyes default lashes. Eyes default mask. And we went through pretty in depth yesterday what my eye layers like actually mean. We'll keep all of these except for I think oops, shit. I don't know what I just did, but these ones I think are the I'll turn off eye contact for a second. Oh, I see. They're all set to hide with layer, right? Or hide with parent right now, so we can't see them, I think. Also you turn that off. Okay. So just to check, these are the darker ones that I have here. These are our eyes focused ones. Eyes focused. What is Iris L? This is nice, this song. Eyes tracking Iris L, Iris R. And then we'll make sure that by our default or whatever, just the eyes tracking ones are on. We'll need to readjust the parent layers. We actually do want hide with parent on. And I wonder, can we resize the main window? I pop out, we can, but we don't want to pop it out. We're making these follow the motion of contact whites, which is going to be renamed anyway. We'll rename it now. Eyes default whites. Oops. And we'll change this one. Eyes. Oh yeah, this one's already following eyes default whites, but actually while we're at it, let's change these as well. Oh, I already did. I already did. Okay. Did I do this one? No. Eyes default whites. And then these will all already be following that. We can name them eye contact too. And because we have our other version saved where we still have these layers split, I'm going to go ahead and actually, this feels risky, but we're going to delete these. Okay, so when you delete the folder, it just kind of dumps your layers out on the main page here. Layer list. You can delete those. And now we should still have our eye contact toggle work, and our blink should still be working. Actually, I do think our blink, we didn't actually finish this. So then for the blink, all we really should need to do is hide the whites layer and show the eyes closed layer on our blink. And I actually set it to be something we can call with num8. There we go. Bam, bam, bam. Perfect. And even when we have this on, it'll still work the same way. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. You can also make this probably a little bit longer. Okay, slay. So I'm right. At least for right now, I might discover later that there was a reason I had all the eye layers copied and separate. But I do think that we actually only need the irises to be different. And they can all go in the same layer. That'll make our lives so much easier when we're doing like expressions and stuff later. And where we want to just toggle the eyes off entirely. Let's get in here and turn off this bouncing for a bit. We still have a little bit of breathe. So what were we doing? We were fixing our normal eye tracking. Because right now, let's go ahead and turn off the eye contact randomized thingy for a little bit. Or at least... Okay, I do have it not random anymore. We'll turn off blinking for a minute so that we can see what we're doing. And as you see, we have the eyes tracking layers enabled. It's the same as these eyes focused ones, but we are changing these and trying to redo. Oh, my rulers. We lost my super handy dandy rulers. We should be able to just reopen them in the sources and have that be a thing. Yeah, see, there's one right there. Oop. Does it come back to 1080 down there? Oops. Oh, interesting. How the hell do I move you? There you go. Okay, now if I click over here, do we get that, like, red? We do not. Okay, that's fine. I don't really care about that. Look at our handy dandy rulers. We're so back. Okay. So we're going into eyes tracking. We're looking at the transforms and we're toggling on track mouse. If I turn off my mouse tracking settings, I would like the Rahi thing to be on top though. There's a setting for that, handy dandy. Oh, but the rulers are always on top. I like change that. Whoa. Oh. Ah, blood. Okay. Always on top might work. Yeah, there we go. Okay, sick. What were we doing? I was gonna say, so, oh, okay, so it is gonna try to click the ruler, which is dumb. Can I move? Minimize for a second, please. We're so back. All right, so if I... Oh, also one of the updates that it looks like Rahi did was the advanced menu pops out now instead of like dropping down here, which I really like. I think it's very useful. A little bit easier to look at, less scary to look at. There's categories as well. I don't think there's any new settings in here that I can see. There is a UI scale button. That is new. Oh, that's kind of cool for tutorial's sake. Thank you, Rahi. Everyone say thank you. Anyway, if I turn off mouse tracking, you can kind of see that the positions for the like tracked eyes that I had are very off. Like this is kind of what my eye contact was supposed to look like, the way that I drew it. This is not actually the default position. Blessed be thy Rahi, so true. Hi Vane, how are you? We're so back. I got very sidetracked and got too excited showing off like old models. And then my PC got mad at me, I think, for switching windows really quick while I had a bunch of windows. Anyway, it was a whole thing. We restarted. We're so back on task. I'm talking about my eye tracking now because I did a bunch of stuff. I cooked yesterday and then lost a lot of progress because I saved it wrong. So we're redoing it for stream. But I'm just going through some things. So you can see this is not really how you'd want it to look with mouse tracking off, but when we have an eye contact toggle like this, I think it's fine. If you decided you didn't want to use mouse tracking, you could just toggle your eye contact. You could have copies of the irises that aren't mouse tracked as well, that like sit over to the left if you want to be able to toggle like a left look as well. But oops, I didn't mean to do that, but whatever. So without mouse tracking, this is what we get. With the mouse tracking, this is my focus mode that I made, which makes it look like I want cheap viewers. Get out of here. Demon. Foul demon. So Bane, I was showing chat earlier, but this is it's very scuffed looking right now, but I accidentally discovered this kind of cool effect where it looks like we're looking at something really close to my face. And the implementation of that, there's only really a couple of things I would do, but I could do something kind of fun with chat being able to like boop my nose, and then I could use you wouldn't see the cursor, right? I'd be able to like look at the GIF that comes up by controlling my eyes like that. It's kind of like meant to be like if you have a finger right in front of your face and you're tracking it, your eyes kind of like, I did try to emulate what your eyes actually do. Like it looks freaky if you ever record yourself doing it. Only one eye kind of moves at first, and then so we tried to kind of pull that off. I think it's cute when I move like up like that, the way that it. So I pulled that off with I guess we'll briefly talk about that with the ellipse feature, the elliptical feature. So if I didn't have that on, you can see the right iris is going to behave very differently. Not nearly the same. We still kind of have this like cross-eyed thing going on, but it doesn't give the same like smooth effect that you would expect from like an actual eye. What's really cool about doing it this way is if you're paying attention closely, I'm trying to move my mouse basically straight across, but it follows an ellipse path kind of. Can't see exactly where the ellipse is, but the reason why it's working like that is because I actually changed my distance factor, the vertical distance factor on the pupil to be very small. Saf, oh my gosh, hello, hello. Give you my shinies. I only have shiny glasses. I don't have much else that's shiny. Is that okay? I mean, you could steal my glasses. I don't think you should. You shouldn't. But there is a redeem for it. Hello, Sap. Hi. You've been known to steal glasses. You have? Oh my gosh. I'm nervous now. Please don't steal my glasses. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hi, Sap. How are you? What were we playing today? Oh, I always do that. And I forgot to put your actual name. God. I should put code in there to catch it when I don't put anything. Playing Dishonored. You played game. Please. Please. I'm embarrassed. How is game percentage? How are you? Welcome and thank you for the raid. Saf and Raiders. I think you're in a different time zone, right? If you need to rest, if you need to de-stream, go right ahead. Lurky told you to play a game and it was fun. I'm glad that you had fun. I don't think I've heard of this of percentage, game percentage, or Dishonored. I don't know how Dishonored comes into the conversation, but you know, friends, please give Saf a follow. We've hung out a little bit in chats. I think, was it when I was playing Homocipher that I raided you? Were you playing Homocipher too? I don't remember what happened there, but I think I found you randomly and bothered you. Or did you raid me first? I don't remember. Anyway, Saf was always very nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, you were playing Homocipher too. God, I kind of miss that game. I want to go back to get like more endings, but I fear it's not going to be as entertaining as like the first couple times I was playing it. I don't know how much actual new content there is, you know? I didn't get very many endings, but I don't really know how much the endings change, you know? Like if it's just like one screen, I don't know. Maybe this is revealing me as not much of a completionist compared to other people, but like it was a super fun game. I wish there was more. There might be like DLC and like continued content someday, because I think somebody picked up the game. I remember saying when I was streaming, like Adri said the devs were being kind of like, the original dev I think was being like harassed for extra content and decided like they just couldn't do it. They're not going to do it anymore. But somebody else since picked up the game from them. So there might be more, which is really exciting. It was a really cool game. Anyway, yapping. But hello everybody, I'm Kip E Cringedevil. My eyes are crossed right now. I'm working on, as you can see, a new chibi model in Rahituber. Yeah, Yapometer for real. Thank you, Domo. We need to make that probably smaller. But I'm setting up this model. I've been spending the week working on making this new PNGtuber model from scratch to use as kind of like an alternative or like a toggle for Rudy. I'm not really sure exactly when we're going to be using it, but we'll probably be using it a lot because I'm falling in love with this thing. I drew it myself. I drew my own model down here too, this one. And it's also set up in this Rahituber software. I'm basically using the week to spread Rahituber propaganda. Saf, I know that you are a PNGtuber, are you not? Can I hypnotize you? Can I convince you to try this out? Listen. Hear me out. It can be so easy, or it could be really hard, depending on... It could be really difficult, depending on what you want, is what I meant. What you want to achieve. You don't even need to actually have art split up into layers, because you can do it really simple. You only do 3D models? Listen, you can even load your current PNGs over in the, as one layer. Yeah, I believe in you. It looks a lot more complicated than it really is, which is part of the reason I'm doing these. I'm a crazy person, and I will like beat the death out of a tool that I like until I like know everything about it. But we're also Rahisaurus, the dev that made this, is a friend of the channel and like and a member of PFB, my unofficial stream team, Pink Fuzzy Bunnies. So we also have like really direct help from Rahi, and like even just this morning he added a bunch of like quality of life fixes and stuff after being inspired watching my stream yesterday. So highly recommend. Let me do a little bit of a promo. If you're worried because this looks complicated, guess what? You can also do a very simple version. I did this first yesterday to show that we can also do, let me turn off mouse tracking, but you can also do a really simple model. Set up kind of similarly to how you would do VOD. If you use VOD, I don't know what you use for your tuber, Saf, and in chat, but it's basically the same. You would just do your idle, your talk, your blink, and talk blink. What if your computer is from 1958? I have good news for you. Even when I load my really complicated layers, my complicated layer sets, my current model, it's like drawn at like 2,500 pixels by 2,500, which would be using like 50% of my CPU if I was using whatchamacallit, like PNGtuber Plus. Even having both of these windows open, I will pull up my task manager right now. Rahi is not even going over 4%. It just dropped to 1%. So my complicated model is taking between 2 and 3% usually, and then like this chibi one is using actually 0.5% CPU. It's like Rahi, I think specifically like went into making this with the goal of like doing something really lightweight. So like I cannot stress enough. It's so super duper lightweight. It's easily the like most lightweight and least laggy. Like the only time I've ever had it get laggy on me is when my actual computer or game is lagging, and all it actually really does is like slow down this mouse tracking I have. I think it'll make the like OBS capture look slow, but then the program, like the Rahi program itself, usually doesn't lag. So even if you have a computer from 1958, I think you could still do it. And then if you split your art and you wanted to do like a more complicated setup, I'll show you what it looks like when I have my bouncing settings on. We turned them off to work on something, but if I put on individual motion, loudness, you can see this. Each layer is bouncing a little bit separately to make this kind of effect. We haven't exactly adjusted these settings for what I want yet, but if it is complicated, is there a good tutorial before I made my something we know? That's what we're doing right now, baby. We're doing it in real time on stream first for people who might want to stop in and learn that way or ask me questions directly. Sometimes Rahi is also around in chat to answer questions. He's actually streaming right now though, so if you actually wanted to go see what the dev's setup looks like, the person who made the program, Rahi has a Sona called Eevee that's set up in Rahituber as well that also looks really cool. And you can peep what they've got going on over there as well. Please do follow. It's just spare follow for Rahi, please. Spare follow. I'm trying to listen. I'm doing so much propaganda because not enough people know about this and are using it. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's a tutorial though. Like, my VODs are gonna be edited later. Hopefully it'll be up by next week into... I'll probably have, like, longer tutorial videos on YouTube. And then I'll try to cut, little shorts to promote that video as well. So, whenever I have... whenever I have those posted, they'll be going on the socials. And I think Saf, I think you have me on Blue Sky, so I'll definitely have information about that there when it's done. Check it out after exams. Yeah, my goal is, I'm not very good at explaining things, and I'm also like notorious for going about things in a more complicated way instead of like I'll just brute force my way through finding a solution and like being able to do what I want rather than finding the most efficient way. So part of this whole process, having set up my own tuber down here and then this one, is experimenting and finding the easiest, most, or at least most easy to explain way to do things, so that later when I'm editing my video, I'll probably be doing like voiceovers of myself just to enunciate better and whatever. But we'll be using this footage anyway. But I'll hopefully be able to explain things better. I'm also like very sleepy because I the 2 p.m. streams are like useful for being productive, I feel like, but also it gets weird for my sleep because I still stay up until 3. And I usually forget to take my meds until right before stream, and then I'm up for like 14 more hours and then sleeping, and I don't sleep enough in the morning. Anyway, so I get tired and it makes it a little bit more difficult to explain as I go, or stay focused, But what we're doing currently is trying to fix my eye tracking. Yesterday I made this for the like close-up effect that's here, where it looks like I'm looking directly at my mouse. This is so that later I can have cute redeems where somebody's coming up to like poke my nose, or like I did a little video where there was a butterfly that landed on my nose. Gotta have some Him Tortons, hell yeah. I keep that motherfucking thing on me. Oh, you reminded me I haven't drank any of my coffee yet. I got some Him Tortons to be able to make at home. It tastes a little bit weird though. Anyway, so we're now doing different versions of the eye tracking where it will look like I'm looking at the screen. I posted a video on Blue Sky yesterday and Twitter this morning showing that I actually had these done, but I lost it. I saved my files wrong. So we're redoing it. And you know, I said I was doing that like about an hour and a half ago and we haven't done it yet. We had a little bit of a stream crash situation and a couple side quests. But we're so back. And I'm going to explain the mouse tracking settings. This is what we're focusing on right now for this. And then we're doing physics. So neutral position, the starting point, 0 movement when the mouse is here. There are screen coordinates. These are screen coordinates relative to your main monitor. So that it looks like Rahi changed the tooltips a little bit to explain them better. So the neutral position for this version, this is my right iris. This is going to be cursed, but I'll hide the left one for a second so you can see. Neutral position is 1600 pixels, and on this monitor you can see my my cursor up here. This is the around where 1600 is. And I only got this number just through experimenting and trying different numbers. But probably when we're doing our like normal tracking, we're gonna most likely start with having them both set to be neutral position right at the edge of this monitor. 1920. Where's my friggin', there we go. Sorry, this is where 1600 is. You couldn't see my mouse for a second. 1920 here. Because the neutral position, we messed a lot with the original position of these, so it's gonna look a little bit weird, but for right now, hello, let me click this, please. Let me click you, please. Oh God, brother. We have to move this down a little bit to make this work. Okay, it doesn't move down for you, so that's good. Okay. Turn off mouse tracking for a second. This is what the neutral position looks like. It's not quite eye contact. They're kind of just staring straight ahead or whatever into space, or like kind of like a little bit unfocused. So we probably won't ever really have this be what we're showing. We're gonna have something where if we want no mouse tracking, we'll just toggle our eye contact like that. So all that to say, you can adjust the position of your irises if you're doing this without worrying too much, as long as you have a secondary set that looks more normal. I say this because I did a ton of experimenting yesterday to get the effect that I wanted, and I had to move the original position a little bit to pull that off. So neutral position 1600 by 400. So our neutral position when we have the mouse tracking on. So again, this is what the neutral position looked like, right? If you see where that pink dot is, we'll follow the pink dot. I can't actually follow with my mouse because it'll move everything. But if I move over to 1600 by 400, kind of sit right here, that's that neutral position for the right eye. And then if I made it something like, let's say 560, 540? What's the middle of 1920? I think it's 560. 560 by... No, it's not 560. What is 960? No, 760. What is? Oh my God, I can't do math. 540 is the middle of the screen horizontally. 540 is, or vertically. 540. Oh, I could just look here. This is 1920, so the middle is what, like 9? It would be 980, wouldn't it? I can also use my calculator. 1920 divided by 2. 960, 960. Okay. I didn't want to use my brain, to be honest. So 960, it'll be about there. And so now we've changed it so that the neutral position ends up being 960 and 400. If we wanted to set it right in the middle. Oh, sorry, that's not 960. I didn't change it. I was gonna say it didn't really look like that. So we're watching just the right iris, right, for now. 960 by 400 is our neutral position. And if we change this to, say, I don't know, we'll put it really close to the bottom of the screen, so like 1,000. Remember, this was 400 first. Look how it changes. This is our neutral position up here. We change it to like 1,000. Now, this is our neutral position down here. So we don't really move past the neutral position very far because there's only like 80 pixels left, right? And then we also don't move up very far because of our settings with distance factor. If I change everything to default, this is what our default looks like. It still is actually pretty good. It basically, the default, you can see my cursor moving all the way around. The default settings are not bad. You could probably stick with default settings for just normal eye tracking. I'm a crazy person, so I didn't. So like we'll just probably put them both at default to start with. That feels like that makes it easier to explain. Okay, so see, this is what we had at the end of the day yesterday before I ended stream. This works for the tracking. And what it means, because we'll get this neutral position is 960 by 540, which is automatically calculated as the center of your monitor. And the distance factor is 960 and 540. What that means is, and this is X and this is Y, by the way. So this is your horizontal here, and then actually all of these are horizontal, these are vertical. Distance factor 960, what that means is you can move, by default, you can move 960 pixels away from the neutral position, either left or right, before the movement like caps. So you can't see me moving on the second monitor, unfortunately, but this is 960 away from the edge, which is, I think that means that when I hit the edge of this monitor, that's the maximum distance. It reaches its maximum distance at 960 away from 960. So either 1920 or 0. So I can mess with this. If I made it like, say, halfway through the screen, or halfway through. Oh, hello. Right. Oh my god, hey. Is it early? Oh, I guess it's not for you. Hi. Oh my god. I'm shy now. Hello, everybody. This is my Rahituber extravaganza. Here I am trying to teach people this program, and the master, the creator, is here. I'm mostly kidding. I'm used to it because we talk about it like live on stream. But it's early for your stream, and you got sick of shadow. Oh no, sick of shadow specifically, or hello? Oh, we accidentally set my thingy to 0. Currently, we're trying to fix eye tracking. I posted a video showing my 3 different versions of eye tracking yesterday, and I had a really good, like, normal eye tracking setting done. But I accidentally switched to different layer set instead of overwriting to it, and I lost that. So we're doing it again, but on stream. Was the jank taking its toll? So tell me about this game. I'm not a Sonic person. It wasn't like I wasn't really paying attention to the game. I was just yapping in your chat a little bit. I was there while I was restarting my computer and stuff. My stream crashed earlier. So I was doing silly shit. So right now I'm actually in the middle of trying to explain these in a way, because we figured it out yesterday, but I didn't actually even get a really good grasp of what they mean until I fucked around for basically hours after just slightly changing all of these numbers, doing different combinations and seeing what they do. And that's how I ended up with that interesting eyes focused thing. We don't have a toggle for it, so it's not really super easy to show you, but this cool like effect where it looks like we're kind of close up to the face. It only really works when I'm zoomed in and we're not moving too far away, because then it kind of gets a little bit weird. But this will be in the future for something cute, like you could poke my nose or put something on my head and I can look at it. Like imagine my sticky notes. You put the sticky note on my head, I could toggle this and like look up, kind of make it look like I'm trying to look at it. Yeah, it's kind of cute. This little cross-eyed thing is a little bit cute. Or like looking down like this kind of gives almost realistic looking at my phone type thing I could do. but it doesn't really work for what I would normally be doing, like playing a game over here. Like say I'm, you know, moving my mouse around a whole bunch because I'm doing shooting games. This, what you see here, the rulers, this is my primary monitor where the game is. What I wanted was, since we're going to be over here on the right, kind of pretending we're looking at a screen to the left whenever I have my overlay, we want it so that the eyes kind of only move right once I'm past this monitor, which you can kind of see. It kind of is that way for this right eye a little bit, but that's not what we're using these eyes for. I also realized earlier, I redid my structure here for the eyes. I realized I didn't need to copy, because yesterday that's what I was doing. I was copying the entire eye folder and doing completely different eye layers, but I realized I don't think I need that. I might have needed that on my main model for some reason. I don't know why. I don't remember. And we have our eye contact too. That's already done, but we're working on these. Too much of the homemade attacks missing. The level I was on had me finding 5 things to blow up and I couldn't find them. Shadow of 05 and Sonic 06 is iconic for not great reasons, but someone remade 06. So it is an older game. One day I'll try Sonic. I think the only Sonic game I played was like a plug and play. But I really liked it. It was like one little joystick and it was a plug and play thing. So I'm in the middle of talking about what neutral position and distance factor actually mean and using my rulers to kind of show it. So we still have it set to the default where our neutral position is here. And in fact, probably I did change the position and the pivot point when I was doing my focus mode. So when I turn off the mouse tracking, we don't actually quite have the eye contact that I had by default over here. They're not quite, but I think it's fine like that because it's kind of like I'm looking at something distant. I don't know. So we'll leave the position for now. We might need to change them depending on what we're trying to do, but I saw that you updated. I was just reading that. I noticed that you see something different. The maximum mouse distance from the neutral position. These are screen coordinates relative to your main monitor. Yeah, so I figured that out yesterday. Like the distance factor, if I have like 960 is my neutral position and 960 is the distance factor, what that would mean is that like and as determined by your movement limits, this is the maximum offset applied to the layer position, right? So we can move a total of like horizontally, we can move a total of 50 pixels, right? And we'll hit that 50 pixels to the right now with the default settings right at the edge of the monitor at 1920. But by changing this, we can decide whether it hits the maximum sooner or later, I guess. So if I made this smaller, like let's say 500, the distance factor. So I'm going to turn off the left eye. Although maybe right now we can just have it inherit so that it looks around the same. Oops. What did I do? Oh, I set it to the wrong one. Okay, it's adding its own mouse tracking right now, so we'll turn that off until we want to change this. But for tutorial's sake, we'll have them move the same. So 400 now, I'm going to go back to default because it's been a minute since I changed it. The default neutral position is right here, right in the center. And honestly, like I said before, you could probably just have it like this and it could be fine. As long as you like, I feel like turning on the elliptical really helps with eyes. You can see the difference. The left one, oh, interesting. Actually, the left one does have. Oh, okay. So the elliptical will definitely help with the effect here. You can see when I'm moving across the top of the monitor, even though I'm moving only like horizontally with my mouse, if you pay attention to the iris, especially the right one, because that's the one we're editing, it follows the curve there that I have set. That has to do with, I think, where the distance factor is, basically. So, okay, here we have the default distance factor. I'm going to change it to, let's say, 400. And what that does is it basically means that we're hitting the limit, the movement limit sooner. So if I go up here, I'll start at 960. This is the neutral position, but we're going up vertical, so I can sit on this ruler. I didn't realize you couldn't see it if I go up there. We'll go here. You can kind of see 960. We're going to move about 400 to the right. What's 960 plus 400? Something like 1360. That's when it'll stop moving horizontally. It still moves slightly because of our ellipse. It's still following the ellipse because my hand isn't moving completely straight. It's also moving up and down a little as I go. Now it's kind of straight, but so you can see it caps at 1360 right there, and then it goes the same, both like positive and negative. So it'll also stop moving on this side at 400 less than 960. So 400 pixels to the left. So at 560, we'll stop moving this way. You can see it only starts once I hit where about 560 is. And so that can kind of, when you play around with your own settings, that kind of changes how things look a little bit, especially when you have elliptical. I feel like the distance, doing something like this matters when you have elliptical toggled on. I just noticed that in my like experimenting, you kind of get at the edges, you kind of get a more realistic looking movement in the corners like that. Beep, beep, beep. And so we'll change this back to default. The same goes for a vertical distance factor. You're at 540 by default. If you go 540 this way, you hit 0 for vertical pixels. Vertical. How do I pixels? Yeah, I don't know. There's probably a better word. But yeah, 540 pixels up is 0. 540 pixels down is 1080, or around there at least. You can see they're not meant to move this much, so that left iris you can see a little bit past the mask. We'll fix it. So that's where it stops moving. So the distance factor notice or effect isn't super noticeable unless you make it smaller than like the edge of your monitor. If I change this to, let's say, like 200, then we still start out at the same neutral position here, 960 and 540, but we can only move 200 pixels up before our movement like caps. So let's see over here, 560. We're a little bit wrong on this. My glasses. I can't do a tutorial without my glasses. We're at 560 here. If we move, what did I set it at? 200 up? 200 up about this 360 mark here vertically. When we go past there, I guess it looks like it's about here actually. Did I do my math wrong? 260. No, this is 360 right here. Yeah, we stop about there. And then same goes for like the positive value past 562. We can add 200 pixels, get to this around here, 760, before we hit that maximum movement. So you might want to do something like that to be able to help with this like ellipse effect. Like even this 200 distance factor helps me a lot because when I'm moving on my second monitor especially, I'm only moving along the top. You can't see it, but I'm up here at the top and I'm moving like only horizontally all the way to the right, the far end of my monitor. It has a really cool like ellipse effect. Your side really doesn't look, it lines up with 560. Yeah, no, I thought so too. 560 is the center of 1080, isn't it? On my screen it does. Here, I'll move this. We'll actually see what the number says. I agree though, because I was looking over and I didn't. Oh yeah, no, it does look like it cuts off. Just wait, unless. Oh, I know why. I think it's because the top monitor or the top ruler is covering it, I think so. But I kind of agree. I think it is right though, because it looks like it stops around 1080. If I click, it won't let me click on it. It's very scuffed. My little rulers are scuffed. They're like a GitHub thing that I downloaded. Yeah, it's a window capture too, so it's not updating, but I did click the bottom and it says 1080 now. It's very scuffed. I'm trying to click so it says 560 in red text, but maybe if I like refresh the source, it'll do it. Wrong one. Change it to this and then move it back to this. You gonna update? No? It's weird that window capture does that. Got another one just to see. Ah! Ugh, we'd have to move it again. It's also, I think it's like because they're both named the same thing, that might be what's happening. They don't have that handy dandy change name thing. Are you using the most modern? Yeah, I've been doing that since you told me to. Ah, shit. Okay, no, we're actually, we're supposed to be. It just won't update this. It's because it's capturing the same big dumb idiot ruler. Anyway, this is where 560 is supposed to be, I think, right here. So we still have that same neutral position. So yeah, vertical distance factor. I think the other effect that it has is it kind of makes it look like we're moving faster because we're hitting that maximum limit. The maximum limit is still 50 vertically. So we're hitting it like more quickly. If you kind of like, if you made the distance factor something that would make it so you can go past the top and bottom and like far right, we'll test it with the horizontal distance factor first, because that is something I've been using. Let's say I made it 1920 instead. What that would mean is we can go a whole 1920 pixels past 960 horizontally before we hit the maximum. So for me, that makes it look like that's about like halfway on my right monitor. And you can't really see. You can just assume that I'm moving halfway across the other monitor. And like I said earlier, this is what you do here with your settings is going to heavily rely on what your monitor setup is, your resolution and stuff. But what that means is like when we hit the edge here, now we're not moving quite as far. So, and then the same kind of thing happens over here, except with my setup, I can't go any farther left. It basically means that we never hit the far left limit of our movement limits, but we do hit the right. Neutral position will probably make more sense if I just called it center point. Neutral position makes sense to me too, but center point would also work. However, I with some of my eye tracking setup, my point ends up not being the center point. So I feel like neutral position actually makes more sense because I do adjust this. I'm keeping it the same for tutorial's sake right now, but and then for movement limits, let's go back to default. Movement limits will also, honestly, you could probably get away with just only changing the movement limits to do what you want to do. Like something like this with like elliptical on and like default settings and like a smaller movement limit, you could get a pretty realistic eyes moving to look at a screen type effect. And if I did want to do something where we're only looking left when I'm on the left monitor and only looking right when I'm on the second monitor to the right, I could do that pretty easily by setting my neutral position to be 1920, the edge of my monitor. You know, considering my neutral position is about center for the eyes. So now you can kind of see I'm looking around on this monitor, and when my cursor disappears to the right, that's when I'm looking more right. It's like a subtle look. You can also turn up the movement limits for this if you wanted to have the like, you know, we're looking at a screen, and then when I want to look at chat, this almost looks like I'm doing the eye contact. This is me over the chat box right now that I have on the right monitor. And so you can really fuck around. You can play around with these numbers. If you wanted to be like really crazy, adding the pixels from the two monitors would be what? Oh god, here's math again. Oh, please. It was 3 something. What's 1920 plus 1920? I don't want to do this math. That's a cool idea. Yeah, that's what I have on mine, I think. Something like that. I can take this opportunity to show when my cursor passes the edge of my monitor. See, I have my random eye contact toggle on right now, but my normal eyes, they don't go any farther right than... Oh wait, no, that's actually the opposite effect, because I have it stopped there. I think I did have a version where that was the thing, though. And then I did silly things with my eye contact to do... You can kind of see the negative. You can see it a lot better when I am on the second monitor, because I didn't really adjust the settings enough to make them stop moving. I found the button that lets you swap between... No, where's that button? Oh! Oh, I like that. Okay, I discovered this. I think we've otherwise discovered the new stuff. We talked a little bit about constant motion. I did something kind of fun with before stream. I just added the an idle motion on here, which I would be able to do normally. I forgot to... Oh, no. I thought I did. Ah, okay. I didn't realize either that you have to hit this when you're doing your, like, rotation speed. You can do, like, undo, but it actually keeps that rotation, so you have to hit reset. So I was doing something kind of fun, testing with, like, a little butterfly so that I could use my other eye tracking to watch the butterfly. But this is actually just using this constant idle motion. But I set it to follow the bounce of my hoodie just so I could, like, test that. I don't really need the motion inherent on something like this, but if you change it to pixel, you could record the pixel position where you want your pivot point in your drawing software and just type that in. Oh, that's so smart. I'll probably put that in my video when I'm recording audio for the drawing part. That would make things easier, and you can just manually enter them in. That's a good idea. Thank you for that. That's cool. That'll be useful a useful tool for later. Anyway, so what were we doing? We were doing 1920 for my neutral position, and we still have that 960 distance factor though. Oh, so that's I was wrong actually. We can move past. I was saying we can't move past or something like that. No. Yeah. We hit neutral position at 1920, and then we can continue 960 pixels with a mouse before we get to that 31 pixel, 0.9 pixel movement or whatever. If I made it 1920 pixels, what that would mean is we move the entire time, like all the way to the left of my monitor and all the way to the right of my right monitor. We don't ever cap the, like, mouse movement because we can go a whole 1920 pixels before we hit the max distance. I know the wording is a little bit difficult. I forgot to get rid of my butterfly and get distracted. So I definitely recommend, if you're ever doing this stuff yourself and you're curious at all about how to get some really cool effects, definitely just play with the numbers. That's all I did yesterday. I would go from, like, a really extremely high number to a really low number and see what that looks like. Like, if I made this only 100 pixels, we get something really interesting where basically I'm not moving at all horizontally until I get 100 pixels away from 1920, so about here. And then we really quickly look to the right. And then same deal here. It only minuscule movements because we have an elliptical on. And we can still move vertically like that. And then, like, yeah. Whoop, 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 whoop. So you might want to do something, I don't know, maybe you want an effect like that around the center. You can only really look left and right. And then kind of like the speed of that, you know, if you don't like how quickly this is moving, I guess what you could do is, like, if you could change your mouse sensitivity or speed, that might help, but I think mine is already really slow. I think what you would do then is probably lower your movement limits. Not quite. This is still kind of cool though. For certain expressions, this might be really funny. Like, imagine you can't see my pixel, and this is like what, you know, this thing that I have, this face, it's just set to a sprite sheet that, like, jiggles, and it's just normal eye tracking. But this would probably have a cool effect if I was, like, doing something nervous, like This is Rahituber, made by Rahisaurus. Please do give Rahi a follow. I actually did a shout out before a raid, and actually no, I don't have those cooldowns because it's not a Twitch thing. I'll do another shout out because I don't think I did yours when you raided. Rahi made this really wonderful PNGtuber software, which is the one I've been using, the one I made my main model for. And I'm doing tutorial videos for it. Or it basically just yapping, trying to spread propaganda. It's like 50, we're back at the neutral position, we have 500 distance factor. And like really low movement limits. We kind of have that, we follow this elliptical, which is pretty cool. You look there. I'm moving horizontally. It's because I've moved the Rahi window, that's why. Yeah, there you go. I'm only moving at the very top, but we still have a really cool, like, circular motion here, like elliptical. And then it'll do a similar thing at the bottom. And I think that adds a more realistic effect to the eyeballs. So you can do something like this as well. In my case, this looks pretty similar to what I wanted, but I did talk about I wanted my neutral position to be the right side of this monitor, which means when I hover my mouse, like around here and towards chat, I'm looking kind of, it reaches my neutral position, which is kind of looking at this, kind of looking at the viewers. PNGtuber Plus is cool as well. That's what I used before. Yeah, this song is a banger. It's what I used before Rahituber. However, it's really resource heavy. At least it was for me. And they limit you. Like, there's a limit to costumes. At least there was when I was using it. Costumes and, like, toggles, I think. Rahituber has no limit. If you've ever seen me open my bones and guts on this one. Hang on, I can't... I set this to always on top so we can't see it, but... My stupid ruler. These rulers are cool for, like, my tutorial, but I kind of want them gone. I kept them up while I was figuring out my settings yesterday. What was I doing? Yeah, turn off always on top. I show you these unlimited layers, baby, and unlimited states, baby. That's how I have, like, a bunch of scuffed, like, expressions, but also I can kind of, whatever I decide to add, I can add it. Especially now that we have the newer setting to use webhooks, control states via HTTP. We'll go over that probably tomorrow when I'm doing state stuff. The only issue that I ever ran into was literally just having so many things that I ran out of, like, normal hotkeys to use. Tons of solutions for that, though. But RPG, I absolutely do recommend trying out Rahituber. Did I use the website? Did I link the website? I did. If you're worried about the complicatedness, the complexity, yesterday we set up a really simple one-layer version first. There's a little bit of mouse tracking that I put on here just to demonstrate. But you don't need mouse tracking on it if you don't want it. This is a really simple one layer. All we did was add one layer with sprites for idle, talking, blinking, and blinking while talking. And we have some screaming settings on here, so when I reach my screaming threshold, that's why you're seeing the jiggle. Wah! Ah! We played around with this while I was, like, teaching about settings. So this is super basic. There aren't any other... The only, like... Oh, I forgot we had all of these on this one. Ignore all of these, because these are my states from my main model. I did something bad. And I just erased all the layers and then saved a new layer set rather than starting a completely new one. Anyway, so there's no states or anything on this one. It just changes, the arm comes up because that's in my sprite, but super duper simple. But we have a little bit of individual motion, I think, with the talking, or is our bouncing here. This is how you change that. You wah 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 wah. You could do all kinds of stuff with that. And there's a little bit of breathing. You can kind of just barely see it. If I shut up, you'll see it better. Totally, totally. Yeah, and I'm always happy to go through my settings and talk about it. I'm gonna eventually be turning what I'm doing on stream this week into videos, tutorials. So if you have social media, make sure to follow the socials. Send me my latest update before tomorrow. You added the ability to reference states by name and not just number. Oh, sick! That's cool. It's just handy when you have multiple setups with states in different places. Yeah, to add it for your Sonic one. I didn't get to see your Sonic one. I've been thinking about also... I mean, it's a lot easier now that there's an easy way to capture multiple Rahi sources. But, I guess that's what I would do, is I would have... Like, I want to have the chibi and this up, but have, like, the chibi come as a toggle. Or redeem sometimes. Depending on what I do with it. Like... Maybe not this one, but I might make like a funny scuffed one for like memes. But I think I would just toggle visibility because Rahi is super lightweight still. And I can have both open. RPG, you're saying after you upgrade, but you're using PNGtuber Plus right now. It probably eats up some of your CPU at least, depending on how many layers or how big it is. I just want you to know my crazy complicated Rahituber with like 160 layers, and I didn't check how many, but a gajillion states. It only uses, right now, even as I'm talking, it's using 2% CPU. 2%. There's basically nothing. I mean, I didn't check if it uses GPU and stuff. I don't think it does, though. It's always been super lightweight for me. Okay. Back on task. We're doing our eye tracking. Honestly, like, this is kind of cool right now, what we have, but I believe I want it to move a little bit farther to the left, so we're gonna go back into the eyes, find our tracking parent layer here. Not motion, whoops. Transforms. And so yeah, our neutral position is over at 1920. We can move 500 away before we hit the maximum, which is small right now. I can turn this up too if I want to make it possible to move my eyes really far for whatever reason. But this ends up being a little bit cursed looking because we can only move 500 pixels left before we hit that limit, the movement limit, or move 100 pixels to the right. So it's like very quickly, you know, if I had a really big distance factor, let's just make it 3000 to see. You can move the eyes really far, and it kind of has a more... You have to move the mouse a lot to get there, but... You have saved it for later use? Hell yeah! And you're welcome to ask me or Rahi if you have any questions. I'm hoping next week I can start posting things about this to be able to reference people easier. The VODs will also be available, but I mean, I'm an extremely distractible person, so they're not the most straightforward in the world. Still fun, I guess, maybe, but... This is our default movement limit again with these settings. But I don't like to have the huge distance factor, I think, because I like what we get when it's smaller. When we hit the limit somewhere around here, maybe. So what we're gonna do with our neutral position at 1920, what that means is if I do something like 1700, for example, that means that at about, I guess, 220-ish on the left here. Oh, you can't see that part of the ruler because Rahi's on top. But believe me that this says 200. At around 200 here, we will hit the horizontal movement cap. And so it does move a little bit farther than I want it to as well. Like the eyes start to move farther, so I'm going to adjust this, bring it down to something like 20 maybe. I might actually want more because I feel like it could go a little bit farther left. it stops here, and then we actually start moving here at the 200-ish mark, and then it can continue on to the right of the far end of this monitor. This is our neutral position again. I can continue until about that same number, but positive, so like 1700 or something like that, before it stops. Now, it's something that I thought was kind of cool looking that I had before was changing the distance factor slightly, changing the settings slightly for each iris. I just thought that was interesting because like when you look far to the left or look far to the right, typically like one of your eyes, like whichever one is farther away from the direction you're looking, I guess. If I'm looking left, then the right eye, this eye hits its like limit before the left one does. If that makes sense, like your inner corner, I guess, your iris won't go farther, whereas the outer corner, your other iris can go, I don't know, or maybe that's just my eyeballs in real life. At least I feel like when I was messing around with that, that's an effect that I liked. So we're gonna do that again. We'll see if we like this right now. I think we need to turn down our vertical movement. Let's try 20. This kind of looks okay. I feel like we're not looking up enough though. And honestly, but I like this looking down though. So what we could do, oh my god, Cal, that's so cute. Ah, finally someone has benefited from the 7 TV. Hello, Cal, how are you? Look at this little scuffed thing I'm doing. I'm trying to think. So I think actually it does look a little bit farther down than I want, but it doesn't look far enough up. So one thing we could do and see what happens if we change the neutral position to something higher. So that way, in this case, it goes from 0 to 1080. So we want to go less than 540 and see. It might help. I don't think so, though. I think what we want actually, in this case, we want to actually change the position of the pupil, which we have to do on both. Because if we remember what I was saying, I changed the global position a lot from this. Or not the global position, but, you know, the position of the irises in order to have that, like, focus effect that I had. For whatever reason, I have a recording of it later. Editor, put it here! It'll explain why I needed to do that, but off the top of my head, I don't remember. So I'm actually going to just change the position. We're going to go, not that, a lower value, because this is negative. The reason the position is all the way, the original position is down here for these, because I set the pivot point while I was testing stuff. I don't think the pupils really needed a pivot point. Sorry, the irises, I guess. We might add pupils later. I don't think they needed that. I think I was just troubleshooting things, so I did add it and then positioned it myself up here. But even right now, that looks a little bit better. I think we're going to move it up some more. So then our neutral position becomes, ignore that they don't match right now, but so actually we need to move it more right. If our neutral position is like there, I feel like that makes sense. Yeah, neutral position here, and then we look right. Then our look up looks good, our look down looks kind of good. I feel like we don't need to have that much whites showing when we're looking down. And so now let's just like turn off the mass tracking for a sec and adjust the left iris position. Are we in the right layer? No, we're not. I was gonna say, I feel like I changed that pivot point. There we go. And then yeah, this one I already changed as well. So we'll just need to probably just increase this by like 20. But slightly adjust it. Maybe put it there. See what that looks like. I think we can probably also move this a little bit to the right, which will mean closer to 0 in this case, because it's negative. Whoa. Oh god. Now I look like that guy in the Trailer Parks video, that Park Boys video that they made me add. We don't really have to make it look like it's making eye contact without eye tracking. It's just nice to have that just in case we need our mouse tracking to turn off. If you have it look relatively normal when the mouse tracking is off, that's probably good. So now our neutral position, it's still in the middle here, I believe, if we look at 1925-40. Oh yeah, 1925-40 is over here. Wait, is it 540 that's the default? Oh yeah, I was talking about I was yapping about 560 earlier. It's 540. Wagwan brother from another Mother Kippers. How's the smart person tech stuff going? It's like, oh, I've been fighting myself because I don't know if this stream should go in software or art. I like it being in software because I feel like it's also showing off like Rahi software, but I didn't make the software, so I don't know. It's not really game dev. So this is our neutral position, basically right here, where this cursor is. Yeah, you know what? I can get away with just... I want to put this here. It'll... Yeah, so now you can see this line up here. Whoops. It's about 540. So yeah, our neutral position is about here. The position we just set by moving our irises around. When I go right, we're looking towards the right, but it kind of still looks like, because our movement limit isn't too high, it's kind of a subtle difference, and it looks like I'm looking at chat right now. If I go far to the right, because I'm editing things in OBS, and it's like I'm kind of looking off into the distance, not into the distance, but like far to the left or right. God, I can't speak. I do think that the left eye ended up moving a little bit farther to the right than I want. Whereas I feel like it looks... I feel like, so we set that global position without having mouse tracking on before. Global is not really a good word for that, but I keep saying it. I think we actually need it to be... We need to move it back a little bit farther away to the left. This looks better, I think. But, you know, now our neutral position is a little bit derpy looking. But it's okay because we're not really going to be hanging out with the mouse here that often. Our chat is over here, and this looks good. In fact, if I turn on my... Oh, interesting. If I turn on my eye contact, that's almost perfect. The eye contact has just... I think what we did was we rotated the iris. So I wonder if I can just... While I was messing around with things, I did rotate the right iris. If I set this as default and stick this over here, it's only a slight difference between... So that's actually a cool, like, kind of unintended effect that I had. But it does look like I'm making eye contact when I'm over chat. I think... my instincts are telling me that I want to rotate that iris again, though. Which is my bad, because that would have meant that I just drew it wrong when I drew the thing. Software is more the focus, you think? You think so? Oh, I did discover something. Okay. So now we have an interesting... Look at the right eye is moving down more, but not up more. Is that just because of the rotation? Let's put it back to where it was before. It was somewhere around here, because maybe that's why I did that. Oh, it is. Okay, so that's just because I didn't draw them as perfect circles, I think. That we have that. So this already looks pretty cool. If we're playing a game over here, the eyes will only move like a little bit. We kind of still have a little bit of the cool ellipse if I'm moving all the way along the bottom or all the way along the top. A more like realistic elliptical is what I meant. I kept saying eclipse. Elliptical, like basically circle. Just to see what it does, let's turn off elliptical for a second so you can see the difference. When I'm moving along the top axis all the way, we only move vertically. If I really control my hand and try to only move vertically, it kind of just hits the corners, which also might work for what you want, depending on what you're doing your mouse tracking for. In our case, elliptical makes sense, and it looks cool, so we're turning it on. Oh god, oh no. I forgot that the first is inheriting, sorry, the left is inheriting the right. That's the other thing. The first iris in this case can probably stay inheriting the right, the left iris, I mean, and be okay. This is what I did all day yesterday, is I moved my mouse into different positions, and then I looked to see if it's like a believable. It's kind of, this is kind of funny, because it's like, it still works, but it's like, if I just left my mouse here during a game or whatever, because I'm using controller, if for real looks head empty. I'm just looking into the distance, which is kind of a funny effect. But we're gonna have an eye contact toggle, so like periodically we, you know, we stop zoning out and make eye contact for a minute. Head empty, head so empty. I think that's kind of funny. We could probably keep that. But I think what we are gonna do, we're gonna oops, that's not what I wanted. We're gonna add mouse tracking to the left one, but we're gonna set these to 0, 0 for right now. This will add, in addition to the tracking it's already inheriting, its own. So if for whatever reason we wanted the left eye to move like more vertically, I don't know, change this to 30, it's already gonna move the same amount as the right, and then it's adding 30 pixels. The goat, 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 the goat. This is a deer? I don't know if you're aware of that. Or if we wanted to move it, have it move less, or move opposite, I guess. A negative value here. I think what was the iris moving? The iris is moving 30. So if we moved exactly like negative 30, it doesn't quite work the way that we're expecting, but this is how I would theoretically keep like something looking like it's still, even while it's a, yeah, anyway, you can see kind of what that does. I don't think we needed to have different movement limits. I think I wanted to play with distance factor, but I found yesterday when I was changing these that the distance factor in neutral position, I believe, were being ignored when it was inheriting. Rahi, I don't know if you're still with us, but I did notice changing the neutral position in distance factor when you're inheriting motion inherit doesn't really do anything. In this case, that's fine. We can actually just have it have its own movement. I wanted them to be inheriting from each other for like tutorial sake, and because that's the easiest way to do it, but we don't go about things the easiest way, okay? So we're gonna change this to follow the eye whites just like the right does, and now it's not moving at all because, well, we got rid of the settings. So we're gonna go in here and we're gonna copy these settings first. 1920. Actually, goat means greatest of all time. You wouldn't understand because you're just some dude that isn't cool, but okay. Actually, suck my nuts. So sorry, don't ban me. Don't call the cops. Don't call the cops! I'm not a PP boy, I'm not! What was this, 20? So we're just matching, the settings here. Oh, I forgot actually what I wanted to do here though. I wanted to set a vertical distance factor. We don't have one right now, which means there's none of that like capping of the motion. We're gonna just make it something like, I think I had 300 before. So then we get that cool swinging of the ellipse. You can only see it on the right eye right now. But do you see what I mean? It you can compare the two. Maybe we should zoom in. You see what I mean? When I start to move straight up, the left eye, because there's no vertical distance factor, just stops at the very edge of the screen. The right one, there is a distance factor of 300, which means after, what, 260 or something, we no longer are listening to the mouse, like, vertically, but it's part of an ellipse still. Yeah, ellipse. So that means we get this kind of cool, very slight movement horizontally when we're pushing the limit there. the same kind of thing that happens when we move horizontally. And you can see the pupil actually moves down a little bit at the edges, just barely. I feel like actually our distance factor could be a little lower. See what that does. We can't move as far left and right now, but I think that's cool. You look at that right eye. It makes it a little bit more subtle. Until we get like right here, then we can go crazy. But like over here, but I think that's realistic. You can kind of imagine what the ellipse looks like when your distance factor is like 300, like mine is for vertical. The cap is here, right? 260, and then 300 after 560, so like 860. So you have the edges of your circle are here. And then depending on where your like horizontal distance factor ends up, the left cap right now is somewhere around here. So my circle is actually, it goes off of this monitor, but my full circle is like, wow, something like that. So when you hit the edges of the circle and continue, the eye will basically still follow the edge of the circle. I wish I had better words to explain it. I wonder if I can make a graphic that explains that in my video later. I'll also just try to big brain better words. Anyway, so we just changed distance factor here, 300 and 1500. So we're going to change the left to match, and then we're going to mess around with it a little. So now we have that cool ellipse thing happening on both. And yeah, depending on what you want, you can increase or decrease something like the vertical factor. I like the smaller one so that there's only a small window of movement here. And over here, kind of the same deal. But I still have it because of where the neutral position is. Bang! Looking at... Here's my neutral position somewhere here. Looking at chat still looks kind of realistic. I guess at least right here, at the bottom of it. Anyway, I think what I wanted to do with left, all I wanted to do is change the distance factor a little bit. No, I wanted to change the neutral position. Okay, so here's where it's going to get a little bit weird. We're going to change the neutral position to make it a little bit farther to the left for the left thigh. I don't know, maybe we can try 1800. Just like change it by like 100 or so pixels. Because then with our 1500 distance factor, what's that going to look like? 300? It will cap at 300. But it'll continue for a little bit before the right eye catches up. It's really subtle. It's only really right here that you can see it's still moving horizontally, whereas the right eye doesn't. And then over here, same deal, except because the right eye's neutral position is a little bit farther to the right, the left eye is getting capped before the right eye. So just a very subtle, like, right eye moving a bit further. I think that's a cool effect. It's very, very subtle, but it makes things look a little bit more realistic. Like now, between this position and this position, there is kind of a small difference in what my eyes are doing, but not anything as crazy as the default eye tracking settings, or mouse tracking settings. And we'll check all the positions we can think of with the mouse and see what we like. I'm trying to decide if I like that we look that high up, if we want to move things down a little bit. I think maybe we're going to move the position a little bit down. So what does that mean? 35 then? I always get this mixed up. Do I want to go up or down? Okay. I want to try this maybe? No, I don't like that very much. We're gonna try 835, see what that looks like. Was that where we were before, actually? We want less, right? So let's try 832. Okay, that left eye looks pretty cool. And then we do need to probably make this right iris match. So we're gonna move this down a little bit by, I don't remember how many we just moved. Oh, that's, whoops. It's horizontal. Wait, did I move horizontal accidentally instead of... No, I didn't. I think I was moving the right one. We want... we want to go down, actually, I think. 28. We'll try that. Just make sure they kind of match. I think so, but I think we can afford to go a little bit lower. There. Now we kind of have almost the same looking effect, just like to a much lesser extent as the focus. Like when the cursor goes in front, you can see that left eye kind of catches up to the right. All right, like I was saying before, the effects will be a lot more believable when the rest of us is moving. And then, yeah, if we wanted to mess with movement limits in position and just have it like, you know, I could move, I like where they are to the left here, but I could say like, I feel like they move too far to the right. I want it to stop like here. You can adjust your movement limits a little bit and then move the position more to the left until you get what you want, or just move it to the left, I mean. But I think we're happy with this tracking now. This looks kind of like the settings I ended up with yesterday, but I'm curious if it ends up being madly different because I got smarter about how to do it. I'll check later. Okay, so this is going to be our default eyes. At least for now. I might mess around with the settings later, but or redraw the shape of the iris a little bit because I feel like they don't quite match. They match on the bottom, but not at the top. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. My eyes are kind of like that too. You don't even see the full edge of my eyes. There's I just didn't really want the extreme, but with the chibi, I feel like it makes sense for them to move more. Okay, now we can do the fun stuff. Something we had in that video that I posted that I accidentally deleted. We had some more breathing effects. So and bouncing. So we'll turn our bouncing back on for a little bit. And our movement for the breathing, we ended up doing some cool stuff here. I just gotta remember what it is. We turned on circular motion. I'll scale in a little bit, actually. Let me turn on eye contact for this to not be distracted by my eyes moving. I think what I did was... let's see what it looks like when I turn these way up. Turn down the cycle time. So now we have kind of like an idle move. It's kind of circular. Without the circular motion, we're going to kind of move diagonally. If you watch the pivot points especially, you can see... Actually, I lied. I'm going to turn off bouncing still. We were moving diagonal like that. With circular motion, instead, it turns your move values into a circle path, which is super cool. So with that, very subtly, if you pay attention to, I think the glasses are the best example because there's a delay on the motion for the glasses already. The breathing will affect, or your physics will take effect on the breathing and the bouncing and your mouse tracking, which is really cool. Something like this, we could do, I think what I was doing, I turned off constrain. What constrain means is that it keeps the scale X and Y values the same. There's a tooltip that says that, but, and then I think I put a little bit of a a horizontal is what I meant, scale. If I turn this up, you can see it's a lot more extreme like that, but a really, like basically the minimal amount. I kind of got a cool looking breathing. Wide Kip, wide Kip, stretch, stretch. Actually, this is fun to do because you can see how it affects the physics. Stretch, squash. But just a little subtle. We can maybe even get away with something like a 2 if we were only doing this hoodie, which is something we can do. So, okay, I'm going to show you guys something new that we're going to discover together. So, like, let's keep, we'll turn down this move a little bit. The circular, I think, helps sell the effect, but we're going to keep it a little bit subtle because we have that scale now. I think a little tiny bit of a rotation also was really cool. I've messed around and made basically more like a bouncing emotion than a breathing, or a motion, a bouncing motion, not breathing, like an idle bounce. But we are going to try to emulate breaths now that we can do individual motion on each layer. Let's see, maybe instead of moving up, we're going to move down on the breathe. Not that that matters because it's a circular. Well, maybe we don't want any horizontal movement because we have a little bit of rotation instead. I don't know. I feel like a really small value. So this is another thing you want to just put in little tiny values. Well, I would start with doing like really extreme values just to see what it does to your model. Fuck shit up, you know? Really make them crazy for a little bit so that you know what each thing is doing and how it'll affect your physics. I constantly turn my mouse tracking or like my my mouse tracking, usually I turn it like all the way up, or the breathing all the way up as far as I can go, just to see what it will do so that I can kind of have a better understanding of what my physics settings are. Because, you know, what's cool with the physics is I don't know exactly how they work and how the code or anything like that. Hello, can I not exit my ruler? I want to get rid of these. I don't want the rulers anymore. We don't need them right now. Is this a song from Oshinoko? Oh, I forgot to pin the jam. Okay. There is a jam, you guys. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. So now, very subtle, but you can see we have just a little bit of a breathing. We could probably afford to move up a little bit, or sorry, vertical a little bit more. Without circular motion, this is what it looks like. There's only a little bit of a difference in without the move. It makes a big difference when you do have like a horizontal move as well. Circular, now we're throw that ass in a circle. No circular motion, and we just move kind of diagonally. Diagonally! Let's do like 0.05 for now. We get a little bit of a squash effect almost when we're breathing. So maybe we'll make this positive again. And oh, a little bit of a scale is going to help too. Like the tiniest, we already have like a 0.1 for making it squash. But we're thinking about doing this only on the hoodie eventually. This is what this is our goal. So just changing these to be slightly different values. Let's say this scale is going to be actually vertical scale. We're going to do 0.01, and then horizontal scale we'll do 0.2. So it's moving 0.01 more. Okay, and so we can change the cycle time to make this like a slower breath, or do some weird shit. Depending on what you're doing. And now that we have individual motion on each layer, you can really, really, really play around with different layers behaving differently. If for whatever reason you wanted something that just wiggles a bunch on your model. Okay, so this is our hoodie, which is the parent layer of everything else. We're going to see as we go through and see if we still need it to be 0% riz. In what world? I'm so rizful. Fuck you. Pay attention to me and not the cute model that doesn't get mad at you.
Boy, I love you.
Thank you for the farmer hat. I guess we're gonna go through and kind of look at all of these and see if we can change the hierarchy of parent and children if we want to, because we did all that yesterday and went through that kind of in depth. But I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into find our neck and collarbone, which is the parent of all of the head stuff, and we're gonna turn on. There's a so in motion inherit, under motion inherit, you can toggle on individual motion. You toggle that on, and I guess it's inheriting the motion from the hoodie. So I wonder if we would want to do idle motion where it doesn't turn off when you turn on like individual motion, like it'll still automatically follow the, but now it's also moving on its own. Give us all, because yeah, exactly. Rahituber. So now we're adding in motion. This is cursed. The fuck you say to me? This is my head exploding. Wow, 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 wow. That's very cool looking. Unpaid QA tester. Yeah, but listen, you did pay technically, sort of. So my question about it is, maybe Rahi, since you're here, what would I do to like override and say if I still wanted this to be parent, turn off this? Would I just maybe redo it? Because this way it might make more sense to go from the top down. I have to rethink how the parents are working, I think. So no head. Yeah, because you can add motion to it if I want to do something really cursed. Hi, Shide! Hi, Shide! Around the world, around the world. Around the world, around the world. So, because we kind of have like a more extreme movement on the hoodie, we're probably going to make the hoodie the child of neck and collarbone instead. And in order to not break it, let's turn off motion inherit for hoodie right now. Oh, sorry, and collarbone. Just to turn off our oh yeah, okay, we're good. Turn off the motion inherit for neck and collarbone, and we're gonna try it this way. We're gonna go to the neck and collarbone settings, and now we need to turn on individual motion again for the hoodie. And did we save our settings before? We did. It looks kind of cursed because now the head is the neck and collarbone aren't moving at all. We're gonna go back to I'm thinking. I'm gonna go back to default, turn this off for a second. We're gonna set a little bit of motion, just the littlest bit of motion on the neck and collarbone, I think. That's what we're gonna try. We're gonna do idle motion, which is basically our breathing. It used to be called breathing earlier on. And is it moving right now already? I can't tell. Hang on. Okay, I have a question. We're not moving. This one works. Am I crazy? Oh, we set it to 0. Duh, I'm an idiot. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. No, we have to change these back to... What was it? Like, we had the smallest amount of rotation. I was like, how? And it was literally just set to 0. Circular motion. I don't know if we need that. We're going down back to like a really small amount of scale for this. We're just kind of like emulating the chest breathing, and it's just going to be the tiniest amount because the hoodie is going to move more. This is going to be like our base breathing movement. We can probably do that fancy like squash thing that I had. I don't know if it's shit. Now I wonder if it's actually better to do. There we go. Okay, yeah. And we're still doing a little bit of that squash on everything. I might decide. I'm trying to experiment. I don't think we can get smaller than 0.01. That'd be crazy if we could. Stretch doesn't really look that great like that. I don't think. Maybe if we had like, we did have that tiny bit of rotation, we could make that look normal. But we still want to really keep it super subtle on this layer. Trying to think. Yeah, okay. Like a little bit of the circular motion, but maybe only one. Like I'd like the neck and collarbone to have squash like that, but the head doesn't. I do think this is kind of cartoony and cute though. When the scaling was more horizontal than vertical, it looked good. Yeah, I also agree with you. You saw that I was testing the two different. Yeah, but I kind of want the face to not follow that. But we still need to follow. We still need the head to be the parent, or sorry, the child of the neck for this type of effect, I think. So maybe we go back even further. No, what I was gonna say. Well, I was gonna say we attach the collarbone to the legs instead, and do like a teeny tiny bit of motion on the legs, and then a little bit more on the head or the neck, and then connect the head to the legs. But that doesn't really make sense. I'm trying to think. What if the neck is a child of the head instead? No, I don't think that works. That's all right. I think this is subtle enough that it, especially when we're going to be like bouncing every time we talk, like it's really not going to be a problem. Yeah, so there's this tiny bit that I have. Maybe I'm thinking it might be a negative value that we want for the move. Like if we move this way, and do a little bit more of a negative rotation. If I turn it up extreme, we can kind of see what I'm trying to do here. Yeah. Woo. Maybe more vertical than horizontal still. What about a negative? I don't remember what my settings were when I came up with something cool yesterday. Well. Wee. So basically something like that with those kind of that kind of ratio, but turned way down probably. Like 0.05 or something. Super subtle. The way the invisible one can. What if you made a blank layer to take the place of the torso and make the head a child of that, and make the torso sprite a child of the invisible one? Yeah, that's what I did with my dancing sprite. That's the. But then now it's even better with like individual breathing settings. So you could do that. I feel like it's a little bit unnecessarily complicated for tutorial stuff, but I don't know, I want to see if it works. Neck and collarbone. We'll just say we'll call this like torso. It's invisible right now, but and we'll do our squash and everything on there. This will be a parent of, what was it, like legs? And then neck and collarbone and head are going to be siblings instead. Torso will have the exact same settings that neck does right now. And my base layer for the face is this, I think. Wait, the torso doesn't have the squash, is what I wanted. That was the whole point. We'd even turn off actually all of these. I have no idle motion on the torso. Yeah, okay, I think I'm getting it now. Thank you for the pets. I think I'm getting it, okay. And then individual motion on the neck will have a little bit of that scale. And we can still have the hoodie follow the neck then and have like a little bit more of a squash. We can kind of turn this up now to see without it overly affecting. Actually, let me turn off the hoodie one because I feel like I can't see what the neck is actually doing. Oh. I'm thinking, what are we following right now? Because it doesn't actually have individual motion right now. Is it moving this much because of... No, I don't have any of that. Is it like, am I crazy? I feel like it's moving more than the neck is. Oh. Oh. Hello? Wait, you're supposed to be invisible. Do I actually have 2 of these layers already? Am I crazy? Oh. Turn off our hide with parent stuff that just happened. I'm just confused about how Torso still thinks that it looks like something, but I think it's okay. That was tricking me. We wanted that to be invisible. However, our face needs to also have hide with parent turn off. And the neck as well. Why are we... Okay. And then our hair base, I think we want this to follow the normal neck and collarbone, but we might change it to torso after. Okay, I think this looks okay now. All right. And then neck and collarbone, let's put our idle motion back on. Oh! This is more so now moving kind of more the way that I expect it to. Just the tiniest bit of a rotation. But I actually think I lied. I want it moving up like that. I want it invisible without actually setting it. Set the oh, that's a good idea. That would have been better than turning off all the hide with parents, but I don't think I needed them to be hide with parent. I keep trying to make this smaller than I can. And I want this to be like, and let's move a little bit more that way to see what that looks like. Whoa. What? Okay, I can see the hair is following that, and I kinda would rather it follows the torso, I believe. The torso could probably have a bit of a vertical idle motion, because I think that makes sense for the head to be moving just a bit. Hey, that looks cool already. That already looks like a really good breathe. It's a little bit extreme right now, but we'll give the head just a little bit of a move. Interesting if we do like, you know, we want this to... So since the neck is going to be inheriting that vertical move now, or maybe I'm going to turn up this negative that I had because I wanted it to kind of move down. I feel like... Never mind, I decided I don't like that. Okay, I think this setting is kind of cool. The scale is a little bit extreme, so we'll turn this down. We'll turn down our rotation a little bit. And then I think we could sell it more if we move. I feel like it's moving a little bit far like this way because of the rotation, maybe. So let's add a little bit of the rotation back to the torso as well, maybe, so that the head kind of moves the same way. But it's on a different cycle, so we still can kind of see. Maybe if we move positive instead. So the head tilts back a little. That is kind of cool. Maybe we'll have it move up less. Whoa, I forgot that this is going to move everything. We'll probably just need to put that right on the head instead. Maybe we want a negative move. Nah, that doesn't really work. It's such a tiny problem, though. The way I did mine, you were adding drag to the head and setting distance limit to 0 and changing the rotation effect so it went the other direction. Yeah, I think that's what I would normally be doing, and that could also work. I haven't done anything with the pivot point. I think you're right that the answer is changing it and specifically the head. But now, if we focus on doing this individual motion thing, I go idle, do idle motion, continue while talking. Whoa! Do 0, rotate it a little bit back this way. We want to change the pivot point to make that work, though. Whoop. 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 Giga Chad, Giga Chad. I think this looks okay. I think this is a little bit more to the left than it was, though. Does that look normal? I probably should have just copied. Yeah, well, we're gonna do that really quick, just so I can double check that the position is right. Turn off your motion for a second. Stop doing that. Oh yeah, it's not quite. And for this one, we'll turn off this. We'll set it back to default. Okay, so our original face is a little bit. I've got the vertical position right, I think, but our face is a little bit more to the left than that. So we'll fix that by adding like maybe a pixel, maybe a little bit more. I've subtracted a pixel accidentally instead. Oh, yeah, stop it. It looks like we're up and left by like another pixel. Pixel by pixel adjustment. You don't really need to do this when you're doing this stuff, but it is helpful that you can click and... There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're up a little bit more. Am I moving the right direction with this? Yeah, I want to go less. Oh, I'm actually moving the opposite direction with this. How about this? What does that look like? Oh, it's almost perfect. I'm being very finicky. On my own model, I'm not this picky. A lot of my layers are in different spots than they were in the original art. There we go. There, perfectly placed face, and now we can have a cooler rotation vector. Our pivot point's down here. Honestly, I might get This might be annoying, but I might actually switch the pivot or move the pivot point this way a little bit. We'll see what it looks like with a little bit of a negative. Oops, I did the wrong. Wait, no, I didn't. We want to do that? What am I doing? This is transform. Sorry, I didn't turn on idle motion. Turn off all of these except for a little bit of rotation. Whoa, that looks cool. But not quite obviously what we want. So I guess this could work with the idle, but the breathing cycle is not going to start at the same time as the other layer's breathing cycle. So this is kind of a cool cartoony effect, but what Rahi was talking about you could do instead. I already have a little bit of delay and drag and spring settings on here, but I haven't touched rotation yet. You could I have distance limit as 0. If it's -1, then that would mean we don't have a limit to how far the layer can move from the parent's position. We're gonna put this rotation effect on it a little bit. If I put it like kind of, let's make it really extreme so you can see. Wee. See, we're following the motion from our torso, our invisible torso layer, and then it's adding on this rotation with the breathe cycle. If I did -300, we get movement like this. And it does change a lot depending on your pivot point position. So actually, I ended up thinking that the pivot point should be a little bit, we can change this to pixels too to make it, Rahi pointed out in chat earlier, chat if you didn't see, we can switch between pixels and percentage for pivot point, which is super useful because when you're drawing your art or splitting your art, you can usually write in your program, you can move where your pivot point is. Like this pink dot, you'd be able to click and drag and then rotate your layer in your art program to see what it would look like and where you would want the pivot point to be. And then you can check the position, the pixel position of where your pivot point is, and you would just be able to plug those numbers in. So you wouldn't really have to just adjust it a whole bunch like I do. I'm gonna, whoa, dude. Okay, we've moved it a little too much. It's crazy. Okay. We only really need to move it by a tiny bit, it looks like. I'm just trying to move the pivot point so that it looks a little bit more to the right. I think I'm doing the opposite right now, though. I am, yes. Or am I? I think having the movement on is confusing me. I wanted it to be able to demonstrate how the pivot point changes what's happening. Go back to doing this. Okay, yeah, so we just need to move the position of the layer now back to a normal kind of spot. It might be something like this. Let's turn off our motion for a second. Turning off the motion inherit for just a second. We're gonna adjust it. I think I want the pivot point like, let me see. The head would rotate. If we look at this, your head wouldn't really rotate like around your chin like that. When you lift up your head, for example, it kind of rotates at the back here, like where you're connected to your neck. So our pivot point probably makes more sense to be somewhere like at the back, maybe even a little bit below the layer. We're gonna try that. And you know, I did the thing before and we're gonna do it again. Let's reset our transforms here so we have the head back in the normal position for reference, and we can reference that while we move this back to where I want it to be. We need to go down for sure. Which means I think we do like a lower negative value. My brain is a goldfish and forgets what the number was right after I change it. So it does take me a little bit longer than it might take others. Oh, and I have this rotated actually. That silly me. We need to move the face like, I don't know. Let's see what it looks like. Ah, it's 10 pixels more maybe to the left. A little bit more. What's that look like? I think we're pretty much there. We just need to move it down more a little bit. One more pixel, or one less pixel to the left, and then down more. So lower this number a little bit. I guess it's not lower, it's like add more. Okay, now it's a little bit too far down. We need to go like basically 1 pixel back up. So let's go 37. Hell yeah, we're pretty much perfect again. You got to do the thing to ignore pivot point in the rotation thing. Oh, yeah. That is true. That was something we talked about. Okay, we're hiding this again. Hopefully I don't need to change this pivot point. Yeah, so no, our head, when we're going to rotate it, it's a little bit, rotating a little bit more like we would expect it to. I could probably move that pivot point back up a little bit more to get the look I want. The other thing too is that like you would have a point here and a point here for realistic movement. Your neck moves back and then your head follows that and then moves back a little bit further. If you've ever done like 3D and moved your models around, bones around, you might be familiar with something like that. The head, we're gonna go back to following the torso or doing something crazy. But now it's like if we have this individual motion, or not individual motion, my bad. We're actually only doing this rotation effect. We'll make this something a little bit better. See, this is still kind of extreme, but you're starting to get what the effect is supposed to be. We can probably get away with something smaller, like 10. So we're still following the breathe a little bit. There's a little bit of a delay, a little bit of a drag. I think we'll play around with this later when we're doing all of our layers for motion. What does this look like with no delay? With no delay, drag and spring. We don't really get any kind of rotation effect because there's no difference between this layer and the last. But here, if we turn drag way up, that's kind of an interesting effect. It'll change what it looks like when we turn on our bouncing, but we'll adjust that like accordingly. So that's kind of cool. I'm trying to think if I want the negative head rotation or if we like it better with like a positive. That's kind of cool. What if it's just delay though? I think I for sure wanted it to like rotate with the breathing. Does it actually still do that without any delay and stuff? Not really. It does have to have a bit of its own. What about spring? Whoa, that gets weird looking. Whoa. Wait. Bobblehead. Let's put it like here, and then I still want to see if we like positive or negative better. There's positive, which means I think it means it like rotates this way versus negative where it's rotating a little bit that way. Maybe. Okay, I like that. And now I think we're gonna go into body. We're gonna go to the neck and collarbone, or I think torso. Is hoodie following torso or neck? Oh, we're gonna go to neck and collarbone, which is setting our motion here right now. And I think I'm going to see what it looks like with a really small negative rotation. Let's see what it looks like. It should be rotating back that way, right? Oh no, it's not actually. Oh, I was wrong about what the direction is. Okay, we turn this up just to see what we're doing. Nyx Helix, hello. Thank you for the raid, Nyx Helix, hello, welcome, welcome. What were we doing today? I don't know why I keep like government naming you. I do be doing that though. Welcome. How are you? What were we doing? Another day of crashing OBS. Oh no, aka rivals. Did you have any more success with not crashing it today? We are still working on our PNGtuber. Really just kind of being really picky about my motion settings for the basic breathing that I have. Trying to figure out what I think looks kind of realistic. I think we've got something cool here though. Oh, maybe like a what we want is positive and then negative. Or this is kind of looking cool. Just a little bit of this. Did we decide negative rotation? No, I want this way. Let's do like 0.2 again. Yeah, that kind of looks cool, right? We might not need any horizontal move. Or we move that way. Wait, I always forget which way we move first on the breathe cycle. Yeah, we would want it to be negative to negative. Yeah, we would want it to be negative if we're doing that. Got up to plat 2. Oh hell yeah! There you go. Only 2 today? Like only 2 people? Well, welcome, welcome everybody. This is a very repetitive thing that I'm going to be doing, but it's going to look so cool when we're done. So you're welcome to hang out, listen to some tunes, and watch me cook. Or if you need to raid and run, that is also okay. You too, Nyx. As in the rank plat 2. That's so good though. God gamer. So now we're gonna go into the hoodie settings, and the hoodie is still following the neck settings, which I think is fine, but we could probably actually have it inherit this motion from neck and collar and then add a little bit of its own. Obviously not to that extent, but we can turn it up just a little bit. Whoa, that's crazy. And then let me think, what would look cool? Maybe even like rotating in the opposite way to the neck a little bit. I think it has to be a higher value than how the neck is rotating though. We could either do that and set its own motion like that, or we could do motion inherit for this kind of thing. But this, I like this right now because this is a very more like a much more direct way of manipulating the motion, I feel like. Let's turn on circular motion. We can have it move just a little bit more up. That probably. And just a little bit more out to the left, I think. Maybe. But actually we might want to move that way. Whoa. This is an interesting effect. I don't know if we're keeping it, but the shorts still follow the hoodie right now, but that'll change in a minute. Okay, it's a little bit too much, I feel. I don't know. That's just kind of like an arbitrary number, but 0.5. See if that does anything. Move. We can turn this down to like 2. Oh, 2. It's just a very subtle difference in the movement between the neck and the head and the hoodie to kind of like emulate breathing. However, we could also instead see what it looks like when we do our drag and spring motion inherit settings. and see if we like that effect, because we could do a delay. It's not going to be super extreme because it's such a subtle movement with the breathing. You can see now it's moving separately. I turned the delay way up, that's why, but in all of this, we could say just a delay would kind of give us an interesting effect. Or like adding some drag. The spring wouldn't really make sense. It's how you make things bouncy. In this case, it's not really bouncy. But these will also apply to like inheriting our bounce and stuff, so we'll have to maybe go back through it later. I do think I like doing it this way. That's cool. I feel like we breathe a little too fast almost. Oh, that might be a thing. I might need to look at the... Yeah, I might need to change the cycle time. I didn't think about that, but... make them match. And then the torso needs to be... Our torso layer needs to follow the same... I still think it is a little bit, like, too fast for breathing. No, a little bit too much, maybe. What we can do is, turn down... Maybe get rid of the scale on this layer and only have the hoodie do the scale. And maybe turn this down 1. Make this even smaller. Just the slightest baby movement. You see the head still follows that torso, the base torso movement. Which is... It is also moving up a little. We could probably turn this down as well. And then just add more to the face if we want to. We're already doing some delay and drag stuff, but we can add its own motion just a little bit this way. We need to turn down the cycle time to make it match is the thing. We already have rotation effect on, so I'm going to turn that down. But we can give it its own move. And that kind of is a cool look. That's cool. I like this. We're already coming to life. I think the hoodie could maybe... I feel like if we move it left a little bit more, which is I think this way. Oh, that's right actually. We want to go... Actually, I can't really tell when the cycle starts. Yeah, that is moving left if we do a negative value. So a -5 like that maybe. Let's do -2. I just noticed we didn't fill in completely the neck and collarbone. Very minor problem, but we can do that later. But that's one of the things I was talking about when doing art, is like you want to fill in anything that might show. Okay, and then our shorts are following the hoodie, or so the shorts back, which is following the hoodie. But we can actually probably change this to make it follow that torso, that invisible torso layer, so that it moves less than the hoodie. And I think what could look cool here, let's undo this for now, because we're going to reset these settings layer. You do a little bit of an individual motion to add its own breathing, and yeah, you want to start with a lot of motion, but we don't want that. Cycle time 2.7 is where we were at. What if we move it a little bit like that? Just a teensy little... Actually, we would want to go which way? Okay, we want to go negative. This is cursed. -1. What does that look like? Maybe we do want a little bit of a delay. There we go. Oh, that looks cool. Probably less, though. maybe just a little bit of a move. Move down, I think. I don't know about that one. Yeah, I don't know about that one. We'll leave that to have the delay. Hello, hello, who cares? What's up? We're so back with these motion settings. We're being a lot more particular now, and I think the effects are coming out really cool. This is super subtle right now. This is what our breathing is looking like. And I think that's all we need for breathing. We just need to make sure that our hair base is following. We had it following the torso. I can't decide if we like it to follow like neck settings or if we want it to follow the head. I think head makes more sense. So we're gonna set the parent of the hair to be face instead. There we go. So now you can see our pigtails are properly like following what the head is doing. And we don't need to really do breathe settings on the hair, I think. We're gonna turn all the delay, drag, and blah blah blah. We're gonna go crazy on the hair for that. So in fact, we could probably actually finally start that now. I wanna do that. But I guess it makes more sense to do when we're starting with mouse tracking, because otherwise you can't see it super well. So let's go back to, are you a parent layer? No, legs is parents layer. What do we need to turn on for our bouncing? I guess none of them, because we changed the hoodie. Oh, maybe it's, yeah, the hoodie was the parent before, but now it's not. So we're gonna not have bouncing on hoodie. We're gonna start with the torso, I think. Our invisible torso layer, which kind of sets the base amount of movement for everything. We're gonna go talking. We're gonna turn on loudness. That's how we get this. Whoa! We're obviously gonna need to play with our settings now. But the base move, we can probably make it really small. Something like that is a lot more subtle. Also, I believe that we can turn up our soft fall a little. Because then when we do have really extreme bouncing, it's not like if we turn this down, it's a very like jerky movement. If we have soft fall on somewhere, yeah, there's a little bit of a floaty come down from that bounce. The reason it's kind of acting jerky like that is because now we have some of our delay and drag settings that we had before. We're gonna have to go back and adjust for the new motion data that we set. I feel as though, does this hoodie have like a negative scale on it? Is that what I did? I feel like it gets, oh, it's because of the move. It gets smaller than the shorts. We'll do a little bit of that move on the shorts too. Shorts back, I guess. What was it? Like a -2 or something like that? We're gonna listen? Oh, that's the wrong way. 2? Huh? Oh, it's not really gonna work anyway because of the fact that it's like on a crazy delay. We turn this up now. Oh, we don't have circular motion on, which matters as well. What if we put our delay back up and then... Yeah, obviously, as you can tell, all of this requires like a certain level of messing around until things look like the way that you would personally like them to look. I'm wondering if this actually doesn't need its own motion. Because in this case, it might be better to do a 0 distance limit and rotation effect. But we have to change the pivot point. Oh, which shouldn't be that different with the shorts. Oops. Oh, it's shorts back, that's right. Now this is our pivot point. You see that little dot? That's where our butt is, so that'll be the pivot point of the shorts. Maybe we'll need it to be we'll need it to be a little bit more left. So really, I didn't need this shorts back layer. I don't remember what the plan was for that. I guess it would make sense if I decided to do something where the front of the shorts move more for like a certain rotation effect. Wow. Now what? We want to move. What does it look like if I do that? Not much. But you should be rotating like that. Swing out, swing, swing, swing. And the shorts should be following that, but I don't think it is. Wow. Maybe it's just actually not even high enough. Wow. We should be seeing that swang when I... It could be like because we're only doing bouncing and stuff. When we do mouse tracking, the effects will be like a lot more obvious. Let's just leave this at -5. Maybe we need to do... Oh, whoa. So it definitely is following the parent, but... Maybe spring, because we're bouncy. We're shorts, we're bouncy. What? Oh, too bouncy. Too bouncy. Now we can see that rotation effect, actually. So we actually need this way down. What? What? Turn up the... Maybe less delay, more... It's kind of like swinging up that way. So maybe we want positive rotation instead. How would this actually look? Now I need someone to jump around in shorts for me to see what it looks like. I think I actually ended up with the pivot point a little bit too far left. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. Not never mind. Yeah, I should make my life easier. Whoops. There. And the shorts should follow that a little bit. Turn this up. Delay again. What? A little bit delay. More rotation? Maybe we want negative now. Wah. I think that makes sense. This looks like it works. I like negative rotation effects a lot. If I turn this up, you can see it kind of moves that way first. I feel like in this case, that just looks like it makes sense to me. What happens if more spring? What happens if less spring? Blah, 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 blah. Testing. Less spring. Less drag. Wah. Probably less spring. What? Rotation effect is directly linked to how far away the layer is from its ideal position without drag spring. So the ideal position is... Yeah, I always mess with the... So if you have no drag spring, then you won't get rotation. Ah, okay. That makes sense. So drag spring is... This is determining... I hurt my brain trying to figure that out. I know what you're saying, but explaining it myself, my brain is melting. Wah. Okay, these shorts kind of work, I feel like. I still think we could do... let me go back to torso. We have a lot of bounce. We'll go turn this down a little. Wah. Because we can, because we can set individual bounce now. I don't think we need to have this super high. But that's going to be like the universal global bounce setting. We'll turn it up a little, actually. I lied. Wah. Sick. You can also like do cool, this is going to look insane. Wah. Wah! You can you can set bounce scale and move as well. But looks like we have to fix the motion inherent on my like hair and stuff in order for that to look anywhere close to normal. Okay, so we did our shorts. I don't think we need to touch, you can't see them. I don't think we really need to touch shoes and legs that much. I think maybe just a little bit. Legs is its own like parent. Maybe just a little bit of a bounce on its own, like negative maybe. I don't know. Something just add a little bit of motion there. Ooh, ooh. Ah, my glasses. Freak. Oh god, I gotta get sticky notes for this thing too. We can do that tomorrow. Wow, I can't see without my glasses. I don't know what happens if I actually do. It has a little bit of move already on its own, as you can see, but we're gonna make it the same length, make a circular motion. What if I do unconstrained, like stretch? Nothing else should be following the movement of. Oh, we'll do like a negative so that we're like. Wait, no, everything is following. What the hell is set to follow legs? Who's the who's this? Whose child is this? Or whose parent is this? Is it torso? Ah. Hey, torso. I have good news for you. You don't have to have that. I don't know. There was something going on here, but we were cooking, and then I'm not sure now. Whoa, okay. Do you see what I'm doing here? Just a little bit of like, it's actually stretching it out, kind of. What if we, or squashing it, I mean. Add like vertical. What if we turn off circular motion for this? I ended up deciding I hated it. No more of this. No more of this. Maybe this didn't suck. It looks a little weird though. The top of our shoes don't move. Maybe we will move up a little. Then that kind of... We're gonna move down. Like my original idea. Like I feel like the knees going down and then coming up should like... If they're working together, it would look like maybe I do want the torso to be a child. Hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. We don't want the squash then though. We only want move on the legs. So we'll turn off my scale. Because then say this moves down like that. And then we put on torso, we'll add a little delay. We already have a little bit of a delay. I don't want this though. More delay. What does that look like? Okay, that's kind of cool. More. We can turn down the move, I feel. It doesn't need to be that much. But now it's kind of like the legs moving up is kind of like it's like we're bending our legs and then bouncing up. If that's what I'm looking for anyway. That's what I did on my old on my dance model thing. Even though we were back to Spice, I was shocked when I found out we were so back. I know a secret. The secret is a secret. That's the secret that you know is a secret? Okay, this is kind of cool. What do you guys think? Okay, the legs moving does kind of look weird without the shoes doing anything, but I don't know what I could do to the shoes. Are the legs aren't a child, are they? I don't want to break it. Okay, motion inherent's off. Shoes. I don't want them to, so what we, here's what we're gonna do. individual motion. We're gonna do the same breathing cycle. Ideally. Okay, wait. Turn this to 0. We're locked in. We're locked in. If I make this whatever, what are the legs doing? If the legs have a move of -12, let's just make this a nicer number. Just make it 10. If these are moving 10 negatively, then I can make these positive. Okay. Well, I was hoping that would make it look like they're not moving. The shoes want to stay planted, but that's not quite how that's working. How would I do this? Now we're moving together. When I turn this on, so does it just mean it like basically gets its own like breathe cycle? I could probably just adjust this until it kind of looks like they're not moving. I don't know exactly why, because it's kind of acting like it has a delay. It doesn't, so... messing with this until it looks the way I want it to. I think delay is gonna do the thing we don't want it to. Oh, you know what I did? I did this trick, some kind of a trick on my dancing thing, because I had something like this, and I made it like not move by turning drag all the way up. In this case, it's not doing that though. I don't remember how exactly I did it. If you're trying to get breathe cycles to cancel out, there's no guarantee that it'll work because each layer... Yeah, okay. And they're not synced. Yeah, okay. So in that case, I mean, it still kind of looks fine the way that it is right now. I'm being picky. I'm trying to see if I can get something, because what I was gonna do, I don't need to have it have the parent. What I was gonna do is squash them a little. I'm thinking. Oh, I forgot there's the constraint is on. Yeah. There's a vision, okay? It's a little bit tricky. I don't think I'll be able to get it exactly. What if it's not circular motion? No, I think the shoes moving is going to be a little bit too distracting. What if I turn... There was something that I did that like tricked my program into never having it move. But I think that was more so like a timing of the cycle kind of thing. Actually. So we're kind of floating in space, but it's not... It's a vision, tunnel vision. Yeah, we're locked in. Locked in, baby. It's 6 o'clock already? Oh my god. We didn't finish our physics at all. We did finish my day list, though. Going back to liked songs. Okay, we're going a bit longer because I did have to break when my stream crashed, so... Okay, I think this is cool. I don't know, we kind of do look like we're floating. Whereas without, the motion inherent, we're kind of just in one place. Without, Yeah, okay, I think my final answer right now, at least for right now, is not to move the shoes. And we're gonna turn this down because I don't think we need it that much. Just a tiny bit of movement on the legs is enough. Cool. Okay. I was just staring at the other screen to see what it looks like. All right. Back to the bouncing stuff. So I think the biggest problem right now is our hair, which is also coincidentally the most fun by far for me. So I'm excited. We'll go through from hair back layers. So these are following the motion of hair base. This is what we had yesterday. We're gonna redo it. Bump, 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 bump. And what we'll do, we'll start by, I think the glasses are also distracting me. Turn that off for a minute. Actually, I think the head movement needs to change too first, probably before we do hair, because the hair is being inherited. Inherited. So I think the rotation effect is a little bit too much. Wow. There we go. That's much better. It's still kind of... I wonder... So I think it's kind of doing this jerky thing because it's probably trying to move opposite to... So it's like sometimes it looks cool, but when I'm talking a lot... which is kind of an alright effect, but I wonder if less rotation, more drag maybe will do what I want it to do. Oh yeah, it looks cool. Yeah, that's kind of a cool motion. What about spring? Do we want like a bobblehead look? Wah. 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 So for funsies, let's look at like turning drag almost all the way up on its own. This is kind of what it would look like. We'll turn on like an extreme rotation again. Maybe not super extreme, but something like that. This is what it looks like with like really high drag and no spring. This is what it'll look like with really high spring and no drag. Kind of get like a little bouncy effect right away. What? There we are with like a bunch of drag again. What ends up happening for me is I usually end up having them both. Somewhere like up here. Motherfucker is in such agreement. Yeah, just nodding. Nod. Wow. This is kind of cool because you get the drag and then you get a little bit of the spring happening after. If you have a higher drag and lower spring, here, it's an interesting kind of difference. Wow. It's a little bit weird to explain though. This is what it looks like with high drag, low spring. And then we'll do the opposite. We'll do a lower drag and higher spring. You get kind of like a bouncy effect afterward. But high drag and high spring, you still have that bounce, but it's like slower, I guess. And then these tooltips do explain what they actually are. It makes the layer slower to reach its target position and makes the layer slower to change direction. Wow. So there, if we really want like a super bobblehead kind of deal, having really high spring and kind of like in less drag, maybe not less. We want it to wah. That's fun. I think what we'll end up with probably is drag and then spring slightly higher, but I might be lying to you. It might be more drag and less spring that I want. Wah. There we go. Each of these nonsense words have a description when yeah. There's tooltips for everything to kind of help explain what they are. Wow. What does it look like if I have less delay on this? More? That's kind of cool. Wah. Wow. Yeah, with high spring on these settings, it's like kind of a floaty look almost. Turning our drag down makes it a lot more bouncy. Wow, 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 wow. Yap, 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 yap. I think we'll see what it looks like when we turn our rotation back down, but I think I like this. Probably less delay though. Wah. 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 Okay. That's kind of fun. We might need to adjust it a bit later when we have our mouse tracking going. Also, what does it look like to rotate this way instead? Wah. Ooh, actually. Wah. Bad example. Wah. Oh, we might like this one actually. Positive instead. Stay positive, everybody. Wah. Wah. Yeah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah. This is exactly what it's like when I'm setting up a model. It's just me sitting here going ba 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 ba. Ah. Ah. I think less spring. Wah. Wah. And then we have to remember when we're adjusting these, like the delay, drag spring, rotation effect, it'll be applied to both, like to the breathing and the bouncing and the like mouse tracking. So if you go crazy on it, because it looks good in bouncing, you might find when you're doing mouse tracking later, you might want to adjust it a little. Good night, Rahi. Thank you for your help today. And always, thank you for your program. You know what? I'm gonna... I can't believe I'm doing this again. We're changing the pivot point again. I think if we set the pivot point to be at the bottom of the neck, this rotation is gonna look better. Like down here. Wah. A little bit to the... Wah. You can kind of see the... Ignore the fact that you can't see my face, but you can see how the rest of the head is moving already, because it all follows the same pivot point. Wah. Wah. We can kind of see what that looks like here. Now that this is kind of farther back. I'm going to play with this a little bit. Maybe I want the pivot point even farther back. Closer, maybe? Wah. I lied. What if we just put that pivot point right back underneath? Am I going to like that better? Wah. I don't think so. I think I still want this to be at the base of the neck. Wah. Wah, wah, wah. Okay. Cool. I got facial reconstruction surgery. Wait, no, I didn't. This is what my jaw always looked like. What are you talking about? I didn't get any work done. I don't know what you mean. Stop assuming things. We're doing this thing again, and then I promise it's the last time I'm touching the pivot point. Uh-oh. Hey. Oh, what? Wait. I just did something, but I got lost. Oh, okay. We didn't change the... Huh? Ah, there we go. This is where our face is supposed to be. This is where we are. Is this Splatoon music again? Hell yeah. E. There. Okay, that looks kind of probably close. Close enough. We'll keep that face copy this time in case I do that again. It's not? Okay, so now the face has a little bit better rotation, but I actually think it needs to go the opposite direction. I think we need to go that way. Wah. Wah. So it's kind of like moving backwards. You see what I mean? This is... Oh, that's idle motion. My bad. I meant to do a transform to show. Actually, that doesn't really show the whole head moving, though, so we will use this for a sec. This is where rotation is going to go. Kind of a little bit more like how a head would move. That could be kind of a fun, like, idle effect, too, if you're doing cartoony or chibi stuff. This kind of back and forth. Or, you know, you could do a constant motion. Around the world, around the world. Around the world, around the world. Oh, other way. Spin it, boy, spin it, boy. Whatever. Anyway. We've been known that I don't have my head on straight, for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. Now, last thing I'm going to try. We're going to look at the delay. See if I like that. Wah. Ah. 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 Wow, 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 wow. 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 Okay, I think we're keeping it at about 5.5. I feel like I still move too fast, though. Wah. 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 I think drag helps that, though. Wah. 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 Oops. We want this to be 0 for sure. By the way, I'll show you. Ah! Whoops. If I don't have it set to 0 distance limit, this is what our current settings look like. The whole layer is allowed to move on its own. If we do it like this, the, like, position of the layer doesn't actually, move. Just like the rotate. It doesn't move separately from the parent, is what I should say. As for the song, I don't know if you mean to tell me a normal non-squid duo can't be named Off the Hook. This is... They're totally squids. Don't lie to me. Wah. Oh, actually, less delay looks better, I think. Wah. 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 If they're basically exactly the same, then... Yeah. Okay, I'm happy now. I swear, I am. Wah. I lied to you. I just lied straight through my teeth. Wah. Oh, yeah, see, the breathing is still affecting... We might actually want an even smaller rotation effect after all. More delay. Wah. Eh. Eh. Wah. Wah. That's kind of alright. Oh, I forgot we actually have individual motion on this layer too. If we didn't, I might actually like that better. Okay, so this is why there's sometimes a benefit when you're doing children layers, child layers, you might not want individual motion, which is why we have it as a something you can toggle. Because it'll kind of like override some of these settings. You can use both for sure. It requires a lot of experimentation, I think. But like the most people's setups right now only use this, and it's what I'm most familiar with. There are definitely like uses for individual motion on things. Like I was saying earlier, you can more like directly manipulate, but they don't follow the same breathing cycle. So it's better to use motion inherit when you're trying to have things happen to your layers at the same time. Wah. Ah. Wah. 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 Now I'm thinking I want this rotation. Wah. 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 This is fine now. I think you do Mario. I can't think of anything else. Balls, shit, ass. Wah. If you spell applesauce. I'll try to be more creative. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, bah, bah, bah. Wah. Wah, I don't want this song. Goodbye. Goodbye. I said goodbye. Ah! Wah. More spring? More? No. Definitely not. Wah. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah. Okay, I think that's all right. You know, how many times have I said that and then gone right in to change it? Okay, I think this is fine though. So back to business. We're going to hair back layers now, the most fun. Our hair base is already following the face, and I don't think the back of the hair needs to have, if anything, maybe like more of a delay. It automatically has these from before. But if we turn up the delay on the back of the hair, you can sort of see what's happening here. Wah? Maybe we want drag in spring a little bit. Wah. 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 See, that looks kind of good. Eh. Bleh. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah. Oh my god, what a time. Shock and all you rated right when ad break is about to start again. Hello, welcome, welcome. Now I'm gonna look like a pre-rolls user, which is fine if you are, but I don't like him. Hello, thank you for the nut muffins, I guess. Do you want to see the progress? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. We're working on a PNGtuber this week, set up a Rahituber, and I'm incredibly locked in on really specific details as usual. This is the way. We did our eye tracking again today. So we have kind of normal eye tracking now. This is only following the left monitor where I play my games. If we go to the right, I can look at chat. Hello. It's not actually starting yet, so maybe you know, this is what we have for our eye tracking right now. We're just starting to work on physics. Well, not just. We've been working on physics, but I've been stuck on really specific details. We're done our breathing. I'll show you what it looks like. If you just pay attention to me for a minute while I'm not yapping. Okay, I'm done. But there's breathing, and with some new settings we have in Rahi that we were given today, we can adjust individual like scale settings on certain layers. So now we have this hoodie that looks like it's kind of getting bigger as I breathe, which I think is a really cool effect. Welcome though, I'm Kip E Cringedevil. And I'm delirious with sleepy. Couldn't pay attention, no yap. You see the breathing? Blah, blah, blah. We haven't done our mouse tracking yet. We're working on my favorite part finally. So we're probably going to be locked in doing this for a while, because, or at least until the end of the stream, or whenever, I don't know. I should say, what I meant to say was I'm going to keep streaming until the hair is done, because I love the hair so much. It's my favorite part. Don't bully me. Don't bully me, don't bully me. So right now we're working on the back of the hair, and I'm experimenting with different motion inherit settings. We just finished the face and made the face do certain things when I'm talking and when I'm breathing. Just like kind of very minimal movement right now. He kind of scales your movement with your volume. So if I'm like whispering, I don't move very much. But then like, ah, wah, I would move a lot more theoretically. I don't have scream settings on, but why do I feel like this is cursed to look at? Okay, let's do this. I changed my mind again, and I want more rotation on the head, I think. Wah. But this way. Wah. There we go. I like that. Wah. Wah. It's been a lot of me yelling wah, 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 wah at the stream while I'm testing the bounce. We're experimenting with more like almost bobblehead type looks for this because it's a chibi. But I don't know, I don't want it to be too crazy. Wah. That would be what I consider too crazy. Wah. Wah. That's good, right? Wah, 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 wah. I don't have my randomized eye contact on right now, but I did have that before. Pop, pop. Shock, if you need to run away, that is okay. I'll allow it. And same goes for Raiders. But welcome, welcome. If you want to hang out and watch me be basically a mad scientist about physics and Rahituber, you can. If you're at all curious about what I'm doing, PNGtubing, the Rahituber software, I will eventually be cutting down my VODs into a more coherent video.
Meow.
So check out my socials if you want. Oh, I just realized I was doing my promo during the ad break. Man, just pretend I said a bunch of really cool stuff, chat, okay? Just so you didn't hear it if you were in the ad break. It was really cool though. It was awesome and inspiring. I do have socials, and eventually there will be more condensed, I guess, tutorial videos. A lot of this, what I've been doing, has been like really trying to strangle the program by the neck with Rahi, the creator, in chat, and like figure out exactly what the settings do. I wanted for how many murders? A gajillion and 5. Thank you again. Thank you for the raid. You've been treating me this week. I wasn't expecting you to be there still playing though. It's late. Please get some rest. Oh yeah, also go follow Shock if you're not yet. Everybody. We like Shock, I guess. It's funny, I can make expressions, but Chibi can't. Here, yes, we're part of the Shock is the leader of the Pink Fuzzy Bunnies unofficial stream team. I'm one of the founders. So you can check out the other team members, the wonderful team members there in our community server as well. Who else in chat is a Pink Fuzzy Bunny? Vivian is in here. Vivian's a Pink Fuzzy Bunny. Nexus threw a nut muffin at my head and ran away. He's one of the founders. Rahi went to bed, but Rahi is also a member. We've seen a few people come and go, but yeah. This game is just okay, one more quest. Yeah, that's like me with this. I didn't properly take my breaks that I should, but we will in like maybe 10 minutes or so take a little walk around and pee break. Maybe not at the same time. I probably won't walk around and pee. I might. I could. I see someone is doing your job. Yeah, someone else got the sticker. What are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do now? You can't do nothing. I think we're currently on hair base. This is what we're working on. So I was kind of experimenting. You can kind of barely see what the base looks like. Experimenting with delay, drag, and spring settings. With absolutely nothing. We just move with the face. But if I turn delay way up, you can kind of see what that does there. We move after the rest of the rest of the layers. We want probably a really small delay. And then we can turn up these drag and spring settings. Drag will make it move a little slower. Wah. Wah. I have to yell at the mic in order to see it. Spring, if I turn this up, might give us a bit of like a bounce. It's not super noticeable unless I have a higher delay though, I think. Wah. Wah. We have to be careful not to get too extreme because with mouse tracking later, we'll have to adjust things. No googly eyes. Oh, they didn't work? Bop. There you go. Now I have googly eyes. Thank you. And guess what? On Saturday or Sunday, depending on where we are, we'll be making googly eyes for this model too. So I can show you guys how exactly I did it. it's a lot easier than it probably looks and sounds. It's really just you click things and then try different numbers and then see what it looks like. Rahi already did all the work to make the physics like function. We have all I really am doing is just changing these numbers a whole bunch. Wow. You can go above these limits too, so I can show you what it looks like with like extreme drag. Just kidding. These ones do cap. I lied to you. You can do extreme on other things. Like if I decided to put a rotation effect, like 300 on the back here. I lied to you. That also isn't doing anything. Well, I think I have to change the pivot point in order for that to count. These pivot points, the default pivot points, are all here in the center of the layer. So if I wanted to do that, yeah, there we go. As we adjust where the pivot point is on the layer, we start to see how these physics actually affect us. The rotation specifically is based on how far your layer's pivot point is from the center. From the parent's pivot point, I should say. From the parent's pivot point, which in this case is also in the center. I think. No, it's not actually. The parent's pivot point, the face's pivot point is here. But this is where the pivot point is if you look. I might have lied. This might actually be based on... The rotation effect might be based on the layer center. Yeah, okay, so the first thing I said was right. The rotation effect applies rotation based on how far your pivot point is from... Thank you for checking in. I think that was a check-in sound. And one of the new ones. It's based on how far your pivot point is from the center of the layer, which is here. So when we have the default pivot point... Thank you for the hydrate. I will maybe do that. You see my pivot point is at 1500 because all of my layers were loaded in at 3000. So by default, we're not going to apply very much rotation at all. However, yeah, as soon as I start changing this, what the sliders do is it moves the layer to match where the pivot point is rather than, yeah, now this is going to look crazy. So let's turn this down to like 5. Our pivot point is where what we rotate around. So let me move this out. Whoop. If I rotate, you can see now that the pivot point's on top of the hair, this is how it moves. When it was by default, it would, the rotation would rotate around that point, which is very far from the hair, which is cool for some effects, but for what we're doing, our hair wouldn't realistically move that way. So we're going to go in here and set the pivot point to be somewhere near the top of the hair. You see how it kind of like moves in a more realistic way now? Maybe. Hello, Commander. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for the coffee. I'm drinking Him Torton's Keurig coffee right now that I got. Make beef stew running away to make smashed taters. First, congratulations on first and on your meow sound working. Thank you again for the raid. We're going to pretend that my mouth doesn't cover this sticky note. Thank you again. It's good to see you. Look at me. I'm so tired that I'm being nice to him. Enjoy your lark. Enjoy your beef stew and your mashed potatoes. Let's now we have to reposition with the correct pivot point. And what I talked about a little bit yesterday is you could adjust the pivot points as you load the layers in if you wanted to make your life easier. I didn't do that because I wanted to do them all at the same time to be able to kind of show. See, now, since we're getting farther from the layer center, the rotation effect gets applied more strongly. So we're going to turn it down. We're also going to need to move it up manually because it's obviously not in the right spot. Go up a little, or maybe like that. Need to go down a little bit more. It looks like we might need to go up farther, so let's do 1250. That looks almost right, so we're just going to adjust the vertical position. Beep. That kind of looks like where it's supposed to go. However, now that I've done this, I don't actually think the back of the hair moves much on its own at all. So, just the tiniest bit of negative rotation effect that can be applied to the whole thing is probably going to do it. We might want to add a delay for mouse tracking reasons later. I'll show you what I mean. Ick, let me know if we were watching a movie later. Maybe. I did tell my brothers I was going to watch a movie with them sometime after 8 though. So maybe halves, but I will contact you. Maybe. So the pigtail R is going to follow the motion of the hair base, which already kind of has a cool little rotation and bounciness to it. We can adjust this bounciness a little bit. Like that. See if we want a positive rotation. I actually do think we want negative. If we turn this up though, yeah. We want negative. Or nothing. Nah, we do want a little bit. The pigtails are definitely going to move more than the back of the hair though. Let's just adjust these a little bit more. Wow. There's not going to be much spring, I think, on the back of the hair. Because this part of the back of the hair is supposed to kind of be attached to the neck. So for that reason, we don't really move that much. Maybe something like this. Wow. Or we keep it just delay, maybe? Something like that, and then then it kind of makes the pivot point and rotation effect a little bit pointless. But I do think this is probably more accurate. And then the other layers individually will set their own delay and rotation effect, which means we have to do these pivot points again. Pigtail R, I don't think has the correct pivot point. We can kind of check by moving the position. You can see that little pink dot that moves with it. And we're going to move it down to that pivot point. Bop, bop, bop. Set it kind of, I feel like maybe boop, boop, boop. We can go 60. Do we want to go up or down for that? Down. Yeah. Oh, this is a horizontal, which is actually in the right spot. We want to move vertically. If I add 10 more, we move the opposite way that I want. Let's say right there is good. So now that our pivot point is in the right spot, if we were to do rotation, this will make a lot more sense than where it was before. We'll just need to reposition it where we think it should go. And we could do what I did before, like with the face, where if you really want to make sure it's in the exact position that you wanted it initially, you can duplicate your layer and then reset your like transforms into pivot point. This is what I was doing before. You can see that it's right there. For the most part, when I'm doing this, usually I kind of just eyeball it and say like, yeah, that looks good there. Also, we can zoom in a little while I'm working on the hair. But I can see that my original right pigtail was a little bit more to the right. So we'll adjust it just a little. I think right there is probably good. 1 second. Actually, we're gonna step away for like 2 minutes because I have been neglecting to take my breaks. But you can stare at this face for a little bit. There's at least some animation now to keep it entertaining. I'll be right back. I don't know what exactly makes the model jump around like that. I think it's like my mouse moving with like the vibrations in my desk or something. But I saw it happen a couple times. I'm not quite back yet. We're making coffee for now. But it is right here at my desk, so. I have my favorite part in art, arguably I feel like the easiest part of the physics next. And we're gonna do like a really basic mouse tracking for the face. And tomorrow we can kind of adjust that if we want when we come back to it. But tomorrow is mainly we're going back into Clip Studio Paint to do expressions. In maybe like just one or two toggles we can put on this thing just to show examples with the states. We already have a couple examples of different types of states. Oh, I just realized we turned off our blinking. So I was just like staring at you without blinking. With our eye contact, arm up, and blink, those are all the same deal, just pretty standard states. But we're gonna do swapping expressions, and I think an important one is the mouth shapes, like the ones that I have on my main model. We're gonna draw those and then explain how I do that. It's actually pretty easy. Same kind of deal as this arm up. It only toggles while talking, and it's on a random schedule. It's just the biggest deal is making sure that it's set up in a way that when you have expressions that completely change your mouth, like this one, for example, making it so that those like the random mouth shape state doesn't override that. As you can see, like right there, an example of a glitch that I still have is my eye contact still toggles on, even though that expression, when I toggle the expression here in the state, it does say to turn off the eye contact layer. There's a way around that using folders, I think, or hiding the parent. I don't remember exactly. We're gonna figure it out together. I'll look at my settings that I have for this, because it was a lot of messing around to get that to work right. But I want to be able to show that. I'll be right back. I have to deliver this coffee. Hello. So back. So, yeah, we have about an hour-ish. I'm wondering why I cut off at the bottom there. Do you see what I'm talking about? I only just thought about that in my display capture. It's like a weird... It's not... It doesn't look like that on my end, but... Yeah, we'll keep it like this. I think it's probably the position. No, it's not. We'll screen it and hope it doesn't crash this time. There we go. Okay, sick. All right. So, we have about an hour left and we're working on the hair physics. I'm hoping we can get really basic. I was just talking about the really basic mouse tracking, and then I can, like, I'll record it, but I can fiddle with it to get the perfect settings tonight while I'm not streaming. Just because all that is very... I'll explain the basics of it, and then after that, it's kind of just adjusting over and over again. I think for this model, it shouldn't be super complicated. But we'll go over the specific tricks that I use for, like, this tracking that I have. But first, physics. So, we have our pigtail pivot point set properly right here. And we can see that it rotates out like that. Very cute, very cute. So we're gonna add a little bit of a delay because it's in front of the back hair, the back of the hair. The hair back. And we'll see what it looks like with a bit of drag and a bit of a spring. Wow. I think it should be pretty bouncy. I think that'd be cute. So maybe less drag, more spring, I think is what we want for that. Yeah. But we're gonna make that distance limit 0. Wah. Wah. So now because it's not moving as much, our spring setting doesn't show up as clearly as it did when we had -1. You see, it'll look like this, be like, oh, hell yeah, perfect spring settings. But then you're like, wait, I don't want it to actually move around on its own like that. I want the origin of the layer to kind of stay the same. You change to 0, then you're like, ah, where'd my spring go? So you just have to adjust until it looks the way you want. Wah. In this case, we might get a better effect once we do our rotation. I think in this case, we're going to rotate, what is this, counterclockwise? Which looks like it, yeah, it's the negative. So we're going to rotate -10. See what that looks like? Yeah, see now we can absolutely see what this drag and spring are doing. Wah. There we go. That's kind of cute. I don't know if we like the backwards rotation or the front rotation. Let's see. +10. Because depending on where your layers are in the space, I think the physics would look different. And it's hard for me to figure out, like, I don't know what the principles are for that. But I imagine, like, things on the right side might rotate out. Actually, I think without this... Wah. Wah. We actually need these to show, though. Wah. Without the delay, I think we actually rotate out. We would kind of expect it to go this way, but something to do with our drag and spring settings. There we go. I think low drag, high spring might be it. Thank you for the follow. Organello. There we go. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. And so we'll turn up our delay, probably lower drag, higher spring gives us kind of that bouncy look. But it kind of moves like a little too quickly, which is what the drag is for. So we do want to turn up drag a little bit. Wah. Wah. I think that looks nice. Wah. But we could probably get away with a lower rotation effect. I lied. Yeah, let's do like 8. Wah. And how do we feel about turning down delay? Wah. Let's do that. Maybe More drag? Wah. See, if we turn a spring almost all the way up, we can really see, wah, like right here at 93. A very slow kind of bounce. A lower one here. Wah. Actually, I forget how to do this. We want like a really quick bounce, I think, is when you put spring really low. Wah. No, I think it's drag low and higher spring. Wah. Wah. Eh. Oh, there you go. Now you can kind of see. Wah. Wah. It's kind of a cool effect, but I think it feels like it doesn't look like it's affected by the layer before it. It looks like it's kind of just rotating on its own whenever I talk. We can adjust things to make it look like the motion's coming after the movement. Wah. Like we're starting to get there now. Wah. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. It's a little too much, I think. Hello, Revisualize. How do you become a tuber? This is Rahituber. It's a really lightweight program for PNG tubing. So for various reasons, it's a little bit hard to kind of start with like a VTuber that's like motion tracked. Unless you have a bunch of money to throw at people to do it for you, make it for you, or a lot of time to sit down and learn it. I totally recommend Rahituber to check out. This is the link here. And this is what I'm doing this week is I'm putting together this kind of like chibi model. My current model, that's what it's using as well. It's also a Rahituber model. We're setting this one up to be kind of similar to how mine moves, just to show like exactly how much you can do with the program, because there's physics and stuff that you can add to it and mouse tracking, which makes for some really cool effects that can kind of emulate what a VTuber looks like. Like, I'm not actually moving. This is my mouse. If you look at the bottom right corner where I am. Boop, 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 boop. Which is quite cool. And you can do your expressions. You can do toggles. You know, chat can give me Tim Hortons and I can move it around to drink it. Yum, yum, yum. And this is all Rahituber stuff. So, to answer your question, how do you become a VTuber? It's interesting. You want to start with having a design if you don't have a design yet. Something you can use to put in a program like this. You either want it to be your own art, whether that's like commissioned or something you draw yourself. But there's some people who are like meme PNGtubers too. You could do like a stick figure and then set it up in one of the PNGtuber softwares if you wanted to, or an image. You really to start, all you need is an image for talking and an image for not talking. Thank you, Q's. That's a cool username. It's so short. I'm a fan. Whoa, we just hit our 250 follower goal. That's awesome. I still hadn't decided what I would do for 250. Hello. How are you? I don't know what to do for 250. We'll figure that out after PNGtuber making week, because we're locked in. We're focused on finishing this week, and we'll worry about next week if we want to do something special. You're awesome sauce. I love that for you. I feel like I'm also awesome sauce. I'm excited about this PNGtuber we're putting together. We're on my favorite step, which is like adding physics to my hair. Wah. Which is a lot of me yelling wow, 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 wow at the screen right now. It would probably be easier if I started with mouse tracking, because you can move things with mouse tracking. So, but I want to set that up in order so that we're not confusing myself or others. Wah. Wah. I think this is cool for that right pigtail. It's a little bit too... I still think it moves too soon. So that might be a spring thing. Wah. Wah. There we go. I think I like that. A 4-letter Twitch username is rare. No, absolutely. I agree. That's crazy. That's super cool. Wah. Wah. La 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 la. So you can see my VTuber or my PNGtuber. Actually, I should probably zoom out. This it reacts to sound. So the volume of my mic determines how much I bounce. It's the same deal with this one that you can see in the bottom right corner too, but my bounce effects are very minimal. I mainly use it for mouse tracking. Part of why it's taking me some time to put together this one is because I'm focusing a lot more on kind of the bounciness to make it a little bit cartoony. I think so far our breathing and bouncing looks pretty cool. I'm picky about what the hair looks like. But I think these settings are okay. So we're going to look at this. We're going to say delay is 0.04, 0.7, drag is 72, and spring is 60, and we have rotation at 8. So we're going to go into the pigtail L. We're still inheriting the motion from the hair base first. We're going to probably just copy these settings first to see what it looks like. A 2008! Oh my goodness. A Twitch veteran. Was that before? When they had a different name initially, right? The Twitch website. You get anything special from being on the website for that long? Any like cool emotes or whatever that you collected back then? Twitch didn't even release. It was called something else before. Wasn't it like Justin.tv or something like that? Yeah, Justin, yeah. I only started to hear about it like maybe 2016-ish. Okay, let's look at let's zoom back in to the pigtail. Whoop, whoop. This chibi it's still me, but it's an alternate outfit that I decided to do for this to honestly to help it be easier to draw for tutorial's sake. So already with the same settings as the right pigtail, I like this. I think we're not getting the rotation effect though because we didn't change the pivot point. So we have to change our pivot point again. I always forget I have to kind of do that first. And we're going to look probably a little bit crazier once I change this. So remember our pivot point by default is down here. So we just have to whoop. And then Rahi suggested this. I talked about it earlier, but Rahi suggested using your painting program to like move the painting program's pivot point for your layer and then check where that is position wise so that you can just plug it in here and you don't have to like drag it around like I do. You'd still have to fix the transform, but there we go. We're actually just going to eyeball where the pigtail is this time, I think. I don't think I'm going to worry about making it exact because this looks good. For a bunch of years, every time a website would open up, I'd push to get my username registered, even if I didn't. You know, that would have been a good idea. If I had Cringedevil brand back then, I would have so many more normal usernames. But unfortunately, I'm not the only person who likes that. So, we had 8, like +8 rotation on the right one. So for the left one, we're actually going to try rotating it the same amount, but the other way, rotating it backwards and see what that looks like. Ah. Wah. Wah. I think that looks cool. I think it's a little bit too much though. So let's try just -5. Wah. I think that's okay for now. You might change it later. I think it might look better when the rest of the hair is also moving. Wah. I also wonder one of our parent layers, the bounce, I turned down the move earlier. I feel like we could turn it up. On individual motion and in talking, or our bouncing. If I turned it up more, wah, 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 we might get like less of that kind of jerky motion. We're still getting some of it. Wah, which might just be more audio settings that I need to work on. Ah. We could turn up our max level a little bit, maybe. Wah. That looks kind of smoother. Turn up soft fall a little. Wah. Ah. Wah, 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 wah. Use social engineered SoundCloud support to get the Q's username. How do I pronounce it? What an epic username. I want to know how I'm pronouncing it right. Q's? Kutze? Excuse me? Is that what it is? Q's? Oh, Q's. That's even cuter, actually. Q's. I go by Cringedevil, but my government name is Kip E Cringedevil, and the E stands for El Salvador, apparently. Cute Q's. And don't ask the rest of chat what my middle name is, because some of them might say I said it was a different thing yesterday, and they're liars. They're liars. I did not. It's always been El Salvador. It would be really crazy if I changed my middle name every day. That would be wild. I would never lie on the internet. Playing around with my eye contact toggle. One of the things we worked on today was, there's this eye contact thing, and then there's eye tracking, where if I'm moving on my left monitor, which is where I play games and stuff, it follows here, and then when I look towards the right where my OBS is, it kind of looks like I'm looking at you, and then randomly it'll toggle this eye contact in case I'm over here playing games, and it kind of like will help add to the illusion, I guess, that I'm looking at the screen to talk to you. The Cringe is my middle name? No, that's my last name, is just Cringedevil. Kip is the first name. Listen, listen. We didn't come up with a very good VTuber name when I decided to become a VTuber. I was a face cam before, and it was just Cringedevil, but I previously went by the name Kip, so I was like, yeah, I'm Cringedevil or Kip. And then when I became a VTuber, I didn't want to change anything, so I was just like, whatever, my name is Kip E Cringedevil, because most people say Kippy. And the joke, don't tell anybody this is secret behind the scenes stuff. The joke was just that I misheard people saying Kippy. I was like, yeah, sure, my name is Kip E. My name is E. Just E. It also works because I'm a virus. I'm an E-devil. So that's also part of it. You're behind a secret. Oh no, not another secret. E. Sorry. I'll behave. I'll focus. Okay, we're focusing. We're locked in. I think the pigtails work well already, so we'll leave that. Hair middle layers. I don't think there's too much in here. We don't need to move the sideburn because that's gonna just stay attached to my face. The hair top, we also don't need to put any motion on. Hair side R is this. We could maybe add, all I'm gonna do is like a tiny bit of delay, I think. Wah. I don't even think I like that, to be honest. We'll turn this distance limit to 0 and then do delay. Wah. Maybe. Well, maybe. Maybe drag instead? Wah. Okay, I think drag is better than the delay. Wah. It's just a very slight difference, which is okay. And like a little bit of difference goes a long way, you know, but too much would be too much. And we have this thing that I want to animate. We're gonna need to change the pivot point again, though. The classic, I know. The pivot point is just automatically set to the middle of the layers that we load in. Which makes sense, but... So, I was talking about it when I was drawing on stream and yapping. I was talking about how a way you could do it is having each of your layers cropped to, like, the actual image. That way your pivot point would be in the center of the layer. So, like, if I... You know, instead of cropping, if I zoom out, you can see the layer bounds. The pink here is the layer bounds. If the layer bounds were instead, like on my horn, the layer was just right here, the pivot point would automatically be set to here, which is a little bit easier to manipulate. But what that would mean is when you're initially loading all your layers into the software, it's not going to know where your layer goes, so everything's just going to stack right here. And you'd have to position it manually anyway. It is a way to do it, but I don't actually know that that would be any easier than doing this. Kringle. Hello, Box. Do you like the bounce we have so far? We're doing my favorite part finally. Well, my second favorite part. My favorite part is the mouse tracking on the face. It's like a treat. We went through and did a little bit more tedious settings so I can get to the fun part. So we just changed this pivot point so that now that means when we rotate this, it'll kind of look like that. So we're gonna do just the teensiest bit of rotation effect. I don't know which direction we want to go. Backwards, maybe? Rotation effect. We'll set this to 0 and then we'll do like a delay. Just kidding, I lied. Not delay. We're gonna do drag and spring. See what that looks like? It looks like it's just wiggling. It doesn't really look like bouncing. Maybe low drag, high spring. Wah. But we want a delay. So it doesn't start moving until... Wah. I lied, actually. Wah. Okay, less spring, because it's kind of just... Yeah, it's doing that little wiggle thing. It makes me uncomfortable. Wah. We can probably actually turn this up, though. Wah. Wah. Look at that. It's so wiggly. I don't like that. Wah. Wah. I think maybe the trick is to mostly, depending on what you're doing, like having the spring lower than drag always kind of looks good. Wah. What am I, a tiefling? No, I'm a E devil, but I do kind of look, my horns are kind of tiefling-ish. I'm a Cringedevil. Listen, sometimes they call me the Cringedevil, sometimes I'm a Scuff Devil, sometimes I'm an E-Devil. I came from a computer virus, is the lore. Like, basically, there was a chain mail letter that was sent out to an artist. This is the actual lore I wrote then. Yeah, there was a loser artist named Kip who got an email that said, if you don't send this to 10 of your friends, you'll be possessed by the devil of cringe. And Kip didn't have 10 friends. Kip didn't have 10 friends, so guess what happened? We merged. I possessed that person. So that's why I'm Kip E Cringedevil. That's the lore. That's the actual real life lore. It's on my profile on VGen. You don't take things seriously, which is awesome. People are too serious. You think so? I don't know what inspired this, but that is pretty true. I'm a silly guy. I can be serious when I need to be, but one thing I don't really get. That's not true. I was gonna say I don't really get like frustrated. I do. But like I feel like I have learned. I'm old-ish now. I feel like, and I've learned how to cope with things like that sometimes. So it comes off for sure. I'm super easygoing. Kip gets serious about the brain infection. What? I already forgot. Are you talking about the wait. The middle name that could have been my middle name but isn't? Wait, does every like middle name just get added to my canon somehow? I don't know how that would work, but like now I have a brain infection. At some point, I would have been part enchilada. Crank, hello turkey sandwich. I missed you saying hi. I guess I'm part enchilada. Well, I don't know what other one. There was a point where I was like made of eggnog. These are all just things that start with E, but they're not my middle name. I think it was El Salvador. What do you mean today? It's been my box. That's my real middle name. You should know this. Yeah, come on. What do you mean today? It's been the same middle name. I can't believe you forgot. I trusted you, Box. Usually you're the one person who remembers what my middle name is. It's crazy. There's no E in Gaslight. Okay, so side extra L, I don't think we need. This is just kind of something I put to cover the eye mask that I have. We'll see why we need it later when I'm doing mouse tracking stuff. Hair side R, we don't need. We just did hair side Hoge R. We could maybe do a little bit of a delay on the hair clips, but I don't think it's super realistic for them to be bouncing, you know? Just a little bit of visual interest if they do slightly. Like just a 0.1, like 1 frame delay is kind of neat. But it might look too crazy when we're doing mouse tracking stuff later, so we'll see if we need to change it. So now we're doing banks, and these are really important to have the pivot point because they're going to be their main deal is rotation. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to move this down, shave off my banks, no longer Cringedevil. Set the pivot point to be kind of right at the top of it, I believe. We might adjust it later. And then just to show you, I know we're kind of down here so you can't see, but again, if I move this rotation, this is how you remind me. But we're rotating around the pivot point. So pretend this is on my face right now. This is kind of how it would move. That's pretty good. We can still adjust it a little bit more if we wanted to be picky. We'll enter the numbers in manually to get the perfect. We actually are moving the wrong direction though, I think. There. And then, where's the pivot point? There it is. We need to go up, which is also the other direction. 402, 403, 405. We'll do 410. I think if we go right here, we'll get a pretty good swing. I wonder though, if we did move this on top of it and had it like kind of part way down the bang, if that's not better. I don't know. The process that I go through with this has always been, and I talk about this a lot, it's very much just fuck around and find out. And that's my advice to anyone who wants to learn this software. It's super duper duper customizable. There's like pretty much anything I've wanted to do, I've been able to figure out or bother Rahisaurus to add the feature for me. Essentially, because you can click and set your own numbers and stuff, it all becomes really, really, really customizable. It's intimidating to look at and when you don't know what all of these do, which is why I'm here doing this. There's an E in Gaslight, you just keep forgetting where it is. Box! That's so good! I'm stealing that sometimes. Extempore. I can't. Don't give me big words to read in my chat. I can't. You know I'm stupid. Extemporaneous. Whatever. I think this is okay. But maybe, yeah, sure. We're gonna leave it like this. We're gonna move it back up to the right position, obviously. And we can use our trick to see what the original position was by duplicating that layer. Hey, where did it go? There, hairbang left copy, or left bang copy. Go into transforms and just reset it to the default to put it back in its original position. And we can see right up there, we didn't move the bang up high enough. I'm gonna go drag it. Oh, we hit the maximum that the slider does. So we're gonna do our handy dandy left click and control left click trick. Control left click trick. Yeah. And move it to where we want it. We'll check the vertical position. Looks like it's in the vertical position. We just need to move it a little bit more to the right. And we can do that by typing in, because I don't feel like trying to drag it. How about this? Oh, we almost got it perfect. That's pretty good. Okay. Now that our pivot point is set, what's going to happen is if we add rotation effect, let's add something extreme so you can see Kip Extreme Cringedevil. Once I add my rotation effect and start to add drag and spring, there we go. We're already going nuts, baby. Wow. Really, really high rotation effect, really high spring. Look at that. Look at that swang, baby. So if we turn our rotation effect all the way back down, we actually probably can go with something even smaller. You can kind of see what that's doing. Do we actually want a positive? No, we definitely want negative. No, now it's just playing around until it's behaving the way we want. I think the spring is too high. drag needs to be higher. Wah. Wah. I do think... Oh, we forgot to change the distance limit. Change your distance limit to 0 probably when you're doing rotation of base effects so that the layer is moving with the parent, in this case, hair top, but the actual like position, like down here position, doesn't change unless you make this you can set the distance limit too. There might be reasons you do that. By default it sets to -1, which is no limit, and we'll look at what that does again. With no limit, you can see it's not following the vertical movement. You can see it's better to watch this pivot point to see what I'm talking about. Compare these pivot points because of this delay. If I had no delay and no drag, I think it would go with it. Yeah. But once you start to do delay stuff, it's like it can travel all on its own, baby, like that. But if you set it to 0, it'll follow the parent's movement and then apply our drag and whatnot, which is usually what I want for this type of stuff. Okay, we're starting to get there now. Wah. I think a small delay makes sense. Maybe more drag. Wah. Whoa. What? The spring is doing something weird. Wah. I also think it's too much rotation, maybe? I don't know. We have to play around with it. Wah. 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 Maybe we want positive rotation. Wah. Let me look at the pivot point thing again. We want it to kind of come in like that. Wah. Just a little bit. Which is, I mean, here it looks like it's 6.3 degrees. We don't want to go to 6, obviously, because that gets crazy, but it does look like that was a positive rotation. Oh, wait. No, negative is what we want. Wah. 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 That kind of looks okay. It's just a little bit like fast, I feel. But we can always turn it down, make it more subtle. Wah. I think that this like smooth motion is something that we end up fixing when we add mouse tracking anyway. Wah. Because the bouncing, it's according to like loudness, right? So I mean, I could, as the more I turn up my max level, the like lower that this shows up on the talk threshold, the less I'll like actually move, unless I'm like yelling "wah," which is what we want. Audio settings we talked about a lot yesterday. It will heavily depend on your own mic and your own voice. Unfortunately, like the max level, I think I have it set to 50. The like actual like cap here when you're using the slider is like 5. So mine is a lot higher than the program anticipates, I guess. Wah. I think this is okay. We're also moving subtly with the breathe, which is kind of cool. Yeah, okay. We like that. We like that. We like that. And now we can do our front bangs. The horns are not going to have any motion right now. I don't think we need that. The back of the horns maybe, but the middle bang is fun. We need to set this pivot point again if I haven't yet. I don't remember. This might be the pivot point. No, I don't think so, actually. I think that's the air back. Whee! I think the pivot point for this ends up being just a little bit below the top of it. If I look at rotation, swang, 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 swang. We might even want it more in the middle. Swing, 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 swing. I don't think so, because then the top of the bang moves too much. It's never there when you... my 5 head. Okay, so there we have that. I think maybe we want this to be of everyone. We're so back. Ad break over. Welcome back. I should have gotten water during that, but locked in. We only have a little bit more time. I keep yapping through my tutorial. It's okay. I did say when I promoted it everywhere, like we're going Tuesday to Saturday, but I knew that we might go over. Okay. So we can also come back Sunday, Monday, like it doesn't really. I find this super fun to do, so, and I'm really excited about how this is going to look, so I'm happy to do that. And like I've been saying, the tutorial videos I want to make are going to be heavily edited versions of these VODs. I forgot that this doesn't have mouse tracking on the other stuff yet. We're going to do the same thing where we're going to copy the layer and check the original transform. I know that's like a little bit tedious to do. Like I said before, you can also just wing it, you know? But I want to be particular about it because I did draw the layers in like kind of a specific way. I think on this model it really is okay because I'm not using a lot of different like painterly shades or whatever outside of the parts that shouldn't be overlapping. But on my main model, I did have that kind of issue where I had to have things positioned a certain way in order for the layers to work together. Okay, so now our middle bang, we can see the original one is kind of more to the left and up a little bit. So let's just slightly change this. I think if we move it, oh, definitely not that much. How about that? How about that for vertical? Too high. Yeah, we really only needed to move it like 3 pixels probably. Again, super picky. Even less than that, damn. And we need to move to the left a little bit more, so I'm putting this up to literally one pixel more to see. I think we need like, if I had to guess, that's 2 pixels. I hope I got that right, because that would be a crazy skill to have. No, I was wrong. It looks like we're like down and left by like maybe 2 pixels each. But see. Yeah, I'm gonna move it down 2 pixels. Oops. Aha, perfect. We did it. Okay. We can get rid of that copy. Now we have our middle bang with the pivot point there, and we can start to do some crazy shit. So this is how it would move. We're not going to move it an extreme amount rotation-wise, because once you start to get past, like, this point, we don't really have a very realistic, like, this is where, when I talked about how you paint the layers, up here, you can see it, like, we would need to have more red here to kind of sell that, or something underneath. I mean, these will move with the layer as well, but the same goes for, like, this way. Although, this is a little bit more, until we get to the, like, shading part here, the shadow, that actually works still. Anyway, those are kind of the limits for how far we should be moving. Let's set this to 0 again. We can do rotation effect. Let's make it extreme just to see what happens. And start to add drag and spring. Wah. 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 As you can see, crazy rotation. But we turn it back down, and now we have a really cool little effect. Wah. Ah. Eh. I can't decide. Do we want positive rotation or negative? Wah. 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 I actually think for the middle one, it doesn't matter too much. Wah. Wah. We just wanted to swing a little after the vertical movement. Wah. Let's try negative like this. And I think we can turn up the drag a little bit. And maybe turn up the spring. Gonna have a slow... maybe higher drag. Wah? Or sorry, spring. Lower drag. There we go. I like that actually. Wah. I think we just need a little bit of delay too. Wah. And you'll see once we add delay, it does affect the like vertical position. But without that, we're only applying rotation effect. Or I should say, we're only applying drag and spring to the rotation effect. When we add delay, there's drag and spring on that. Wah. Wah. We only want a tiny delay. Wah. Testing, testing, testing. Blah. 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 I think that's cute. I think that's cute. And then our little front bang, middle R and L are following the motion of that middle bang. We can either like leave it that way if we wanted, or just slightly add their own rotation. I haven't changed the pivot points though, so like rotation might look a little weird. But they're so small and they're gonna move so little, probably, that it might be okay. No, I don't think so. I think we need to change the pivot point. Here we go. Boom. Speed run this one. I'm so much faster when I'm not yapping all the way through. Fun times, thank you for the deets. Need to go make some food and throw out the compost. Hey, look at you composting. Thank you for coming in, revisualize. Appreciate it. Have a good night or day, or have a good time zone. Have a good whatever. Thank you again for the follow. We'll be back tomorrow, Saturday, and probably Sunday for 2 to 8-ish EST. 2 to 6 if I'm on task enough to finish my, dedicated tasks. Okay, so now that we have a crazy rotation effect on this, we're gonna add probably a little... no, we're gonna do drag and spring. We're gonna set that distance limit to 0 so it doesn't vertically move any farther than the... or doesn't vertically separate from the middle bang. Obviously we can see this is too high. But with really subtle rotation effect, with a really subtle rotation effect here, moving negative, kind of moves out from the middle bang. That's kind of a cool... I think it's moving a little too much, so it's a little bit distracting right now. But you can play with these. It's a smaller piece of hair too, so that would mean it bounces more, I think, if I'm thinking about it right. The little pieces are more bouncy. So you can play with drag and spring until you get that look. Wah. Dragon spring, yeah. That's where all the dragons go to drink their water. I'm stream for a few hours tomorrow. Oh, I see. You push on getting your RHCS. What is RH? What is that? If you don't mind telling me. RHCSA. Wah. I think it moves just a little bit to like out of here, and I don't really want that. So I'm actually gonna just position it and cheat and just position it a little bit closer to the middle bang. Wah. I think I wanted to move those closer anyway, so there we go. There's that one. I forgot to kind of like toggle these on and off so you know what I'm actually moving. We're gonna speed run this pivot point again. Wow, easy peasy because it's right there. You need to manually enter this. Oops. This again. Honestly, this might be the same. I didn't even pay attention, but like the vertical amount that I need to add to the position is probably actually the same for all of these. Yeah, 1104. Or I guess no, it wouldn't really be the same. It would be almost the same. 1104. Unless that's the one I just looked at and I forgot already. Yeah, this one's 1050 instead. I guess not. It does depend on exactly where you put the pivot point. Wah. This one kind of, it comes up from up here, so the pivot point's going to be higher. We're going to do distance limit 0 again, so it doesn't move farther than the other bangs. Rotation effect, I think we can try positive to have it move out the opposite way. But we're going to kind of copy the same settings. 62, 91, minus 30. 62. What is this? 30, 91? I already immediately forgot. 91. Negative 130. So let's try positive 130. See what that does. Wah. Interesting. So you can see, even though they have the same settings, spring is affecting it like higher. You can see that this little right bang moves a little bit more after we're done moving. Wah. Just a little bit. That's why you have to like really play with these on your own layers, because the numbers are going to be all different depending on your setup. Once you've done it a bunch of times, you start to kind of have defaults that you go for. Like for me, something like this, it'll probably always look close to drag being about like just past half, spring being higher, something like that, unless I'm lying to you. Wah. Unless I'm lying and I'm wrong, which happens sometimes. Red Hat Certified Systems Administrator Certification. Oh, hell yeah. Good for you on getting that. Red Hot Chili Peppers album. Fox, please. Pink purple bunnies. Wah. Bah, bah, bah. Bah. Okay, so we kind of have cool movements happening here. I think, something about this is bothering me, though. Wah. 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 I think what's happening is if I set this like to a really small rotation effect, it's kind of it looks a little bit weird because it wants to move with its parent, the middle bang, first, which has, I think, a negative rotation effect. So it's confused about, am I going negative or positive? So I think if I just increase it a little bit to the point where it would like ignore the, or maybe because there isn't a delay, that's why it's happening. Wah. 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 Because I still want the like rotation effect to be really subtle. Wah. I think that's good. Sick, hell yeah. I keep trying to go check mouse tracking physics on the hair, and I don't actually have those settings yet. But we're about to. We don't really need drag and spring on the face details. You can see there's a little bit of a delay on my glasses. I'm going to adjust it a little bit because those are settings we did yesterday. Do I want the distance to be the same? I think with delay I do. Wah. Make the glasses a little bouncy. Wah. 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 They don't really bounce. Wah. 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 Yell, yell, bop, bop, bop. Bat. Bat. Testing noises. Wah, wah, wah. What if, what happens if I do this? Wah. 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 What does this look like? Wah. Not much. Oh, that's right, because the pivot point's at the layer center, so rotation effect is going to do nothing. We don't really want rotation on this anyway. I was just kind of experimenting. Wah. I think only a little bit of a delay will look cute. We might not even need drag and spring, just delay. Wah. For the effect that we're thinking of. We'll see when we do mouse tracking because it will look a certain way. And we do need to do our earring and ears, actually. We didn't do that. Ears can have kind of a little bit of a bounce because I think that's funny. Wah. 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 Kind of like a springy look. Wah. 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 We'll set this distance limit to 0 though. Eh. Eh. Ba 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 ba. Wah. It's like it went from being kind of noticeable to like not noticeable, not noticeable at all. Wah. Once we add delay, it'll be though. Wah. Eh. Wah. Okay, that looks fine. So then we'll do the same thing over here. Do like a delay of 4 and a little bit of spring. Wah. Wah. Drag and spring, I mean. Wah. 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 Ah? No, no way. That doesn't look good at all. Oh yeah, distance limit. Wah. Ah. I actually feel like it moves before the rest of the head though, which is probably because of the high spring. Eh. Eh. Testing. I'm running out of like testing noises to make. Yap, 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 yap. Okay, cool. This is my other favorite part, is this earring. For the earring, we need to do the pivot points, which I think I did on Mochi already. No, I didn't. I lied to you. That's the pigtails pivot point. Chain first. Let's go get our pivot point. Speed run. Speed run. We can go probably right on top of the chain, I think at the very, very tip. I believe that'll give us the best effect here. Oops. Went up too high. Whoops, I went up too low. Let's do pixels, it's better. More? What? Why am I so confused? Okay. Oh. There we go. That's pretty much perfect. I could be picky and move it down by 1 pixel, or move it back by 1 pixel. Maybe 2 pixel. There we go. And then we're gonna set the position. It's probably gonna be something around negative 104 again, or 1104. I lied apparently. Okay, never mind. Or it can actually, we can drag it like that. Boop, 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 boop. Perfect, that's pretty much where we want it. And now we can do physics. We're inheriting motion from the ear. And we definitely want to set distance limit 0. We want to do some drag and spring, but not as much as the earrings, the bottom earring is going to have. And then we start to play with rotation effects. So let's go to the extreme. Not minus 30. Wah. Oh, this already looks pretty good for what we want for the chain. Wah. Wah. Maybe turn up the spring for bounciness. Wah. Hell yeah, that already looks good. And then the mochi, we need to change the pivot point. Pew, pew. The bouncy part of the earring. Scooch it out here so we can see better. Do this. What are you gonna be? Okay, we can basically, I think we can, what do we do with this? Do we normally set it right in the middle? What that look like? Yeah, we want to move it right to the middle because it's kind of like a little round object that'll, or close to the middle. But we can say that, see, the parent's rotation is already affecting it. Wah. Yeah, we want to move this a little bit more to the right. How's that looking? Wait. Rotate, 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 rotate. We could maybe even get away with a little bit lower. There. Pretty much right in the center, I think, is going to be what we want. And we position it back up here. And look at that. Oh, so good. we can add motion inherit. We can do a little bit of delay, so it bounces after the chain delay, but with 0 distance limit. Looks like not quite. So probably not delay. We want to do drag and spring instead. Wah. Wah. I want to get that bounce in first. Wah. 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 Okay, there's a bit of that bounciness without separating from the chain too much, which does happen with delay. Wah. I actually do think wah, 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 wah. I can't remember exactly how we get it to like look super bouncy but not look like it's separating. Because distance limit 0 works when you're just using drag and spring, but right now it's not applying drag and spring to anything until we do distance, rotation effect, which we can turn really extreme, by the way. We'll do like a -30 to see what that looks like. Wow. That's pretty crazy. Let's do -10. Wah. Wah. It's kind of rotating the way we want it to. I wonder if we want positive. Wah. Yeah, the spring is definitely too high. We're starting to get there now. Eh. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah. Maybe negative. Wah. There we go. That looks good. And just a little bit of delay, I think. Wah. Wah. Or. Just less drag. Wah. Wah. Eh? Eh? Maybe both a little bit of delay and less drag. I lied. We want this to be like there. Wah. But we can probably turn up the rotation effect a little bit to really sell the boinginess. Wah. That's pretty cool. And it's maybe swinging a little bit too much for just a bounce effect. And that's going to look pretty crazy when we are doing our mouse settings. So I think this looks good for just the bounce. Cool. Okay. We for a little bit of I know we said we're not doing anything to the horns, but for a little bit of interest, let's try it. Where are the horns? Horns front, horn L and horn R. We can just do. We don't need it to be spring and drag. Maybe just a tiny delay. Tiny delay. If anything, maybe a little bit of a rotation. Let's see. Let's make it big just to see what it looks like. Ah. Wah. Wah. The pivot point's still down here, so that's kind of... Wah. But we're doing such a subtle effect that it's probably fine. Wah. We would have to change this number if we did move the pivot point. I don't feel like it right now. Wah. -10? Eh? Cool. Okay. Now we can do mouse tracking really quick before I go. We'll do the absolute basics, but I'm impatient to get something up here on stream so I can fiddle with it later. This is the big trick. This is the big deal, okay? Specifically for the head. Well, we're gonna start doing that. Let's go. We're gonna first add a mouse tracking toggle to our face. You see, that looks kind of crazy right now. We can already see all of those physics. They act a little bit more extreme with the mouse tracking. So we'll just need to go back in and fiddle a little bit to make sure that's acting the way we want. But there's our basic face movement. We're going to turn this all the way down to something like 10:10, I think. And then we will put some different mouse tracking settings on the neck, but it'll move a little bit less than the head. We probably should have started with the neck because the mouse tracking settings apply to all of their children as well. So you'll see in a second when I turn this on. This also affects the hoodie, which I kind of don't want it to. Oh, that's right. I forgot. The head is a child of this torso layer, not the neck. So we're actually going to do mouse tracking on the torso, not the neck. Transforms, track mouse. Hell yeah. Oh, that already looks really cool. It's a little bit, obviously, extreme. Extreme Cringedevil again. But by moving the parent layer here, we get interesting effects. Let's turn this down to something super small, I think. See what it looks like at full size. Woo, 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 woo. Wow, 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 wow. And so we're going to focus on moving the face first, the way that we will want it. And we will add, now we'll add a little bit of movement to the neck, but only a teensy bit. Track mouse, we'll say like 2. Maybe we could do a little bit more. 5. Just so our head isn't getting too far away from the neck when we're doing this. We're not going to change the neutral position and distance factor for this mouse tracking. We might need to later, depending on what we're trying to do. You'll see that like the neck is applying its mouse tracking motion to the hoodie too, because the hoodie is a child of the neck. Hello, Moose. But to kind of offset that, we're gonna add mouse tracking to it, but we're actually gonna go -5, -5. And what that's going to do is kind of make the illusion that the neck is moving with the tracking, but the hoodie isn't. That's exactly the same number as the same digits, I guess, as the neck. So it does look like it's still, we're going to turn it down to like 3 or something so that there's just the tiniest bit of movement along with the neck. Beep, 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 beep. I almost wonder if we should do like a little tiny bit of rotation effect on the hoodie and the neck to go like towards this way when I'm moving the... I don't know, we could. I don't know exactly if that's going to be what we want. We can try it with something like this for the hoodie. We'd have to have a delay, I think, in order for that to apply. I might be wrong, though. This is not showing up. Oh, it's because of the pivot point. We have to change the pivot point. Hoodie's pivot point can be something like in the chest, I think. Probably. We have to put this in the right spot. At least the back of the jacket will kind of help us figure out where this was. Or we can do the thing. Favorite. And see where the original hoodie was. Back to default. Yeah? Oh, hell yeah, I'm getting salad. This needs to go... The original one is down and to the left more. Looks like. So we'll transform it, we'll go... I want to say like 10 more pixels to the left. Probably 5 more pixels down. It looked like we're almost to the right spot. I lied. We're super far up still. Right? Yeah, we need to go down more. Oh, I went up instead of down, didn't I? Yo. Oh, God. We're getting closer now. There. All of this just to add a teeny tiny, like, 0.1% rotation on the hoodie for this. You can see there's a little bit of separation happening there, so it's not quite in the right spot. We have to go a little bit more to the right, so take this number down. There you go. Now we can kind of see that rotation effect that's happening. If I make this, you have to kind of make it really extreme in order to see it, I think, but... I lied, actually. We don't see shit. Villain era, real. Is it because there's no drag in spring? There we go. So, like, maybe the tiniest bit of drag, I think. And then we're actually trying to move this way a little bit. Wow. This is more for doing the mouse tracking and having my torso kind of move. Yeah, I think because of the parent-child thing, this gets a little scuffed looking. I also just made the distance, the rotation huge. This is kind of cool. We're just like subtly moving. Whoa. Getting crazy now. We'll see though, because that might be weird with the bounce. Yeah. This looks okay. There's a little bit of shoulder movement with the mouse. It's kind of cool. Let's zoom out so we can see. Whee! It's like I'm dancing. If I turn this up, can I dance more? Oh my god, hell yeah. It's definitely like upset about these settings though. There we go. Less rotation sounds like it's the key. But will it move more if I... Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah. Oh, don't hurt him, Kip E Cringedevil. Don't hurt him. Look at this, that shoulder move. Wiggle, wiggle, baby. That's so silly. Okay. Anyway, we're turning these way down. Wow. We don't really need any kind of spring on it, I don't think. This is good enough for now. I think it's better without a delay, maybe? Although we might have wanted the delay on the hoodie for other reasons. For bouncing. Yeah. Cool. Whee! Look at what we have already. Look at that earring. We don't even have to really change anything on that earring. That looks good. I mean, it's super dangly. I'm the biggest hit. I'm the biggest hit on the stage. I'm the biggest hit. It's so silly. Okay, and then whatever. Later we'll do maybe something on the hood, the shorts, but I think that's fine. Let's zoom back in and we'll adjust the settings a little bit on the hair. We just need to turn down the kind of sensitivity of the rotation stuff. I think we can get away with that by just turning down drag and spring a little bit. Maybe leaving spring higher, but drag. And we can always turn down the rotation effect as well. We have really bouncy hair. I think turning the spring up makes it move slower. And this is the real trick to having the hair look the way that mine does. It's mouse tracking. Cause like it'll work on the bounce too, but it's so subtle. Whereas like when I'm doing this shit. Whee! Pardon my French. Whee! We'll see if we want to turn that down a bit more later, but adding more drag also makes it kind of move slower. Moving the drag down makes it a quicker movement on the hair, but bouncy because our spring is so high. Doing a little bit higher drag makes it feel more like soft hair. And then we just need to adjust these a little bit. I'm just going to turn down the rotation effect, and that should be okay. I think delay needs to go down a little bit as well. What is this? The right one? Okay, I lied. We want rotation still, but it looks like the spring is a little bit too much. So maybe we want more. Or I lied. Maybe we want more and more drag. I think what's happening is this should be negative still. There we go. That's a little bit better. A little bit more believable. Maybe less drag because it's a lighter piece of hair. So it'll be a bit more bouncy. Okay. And then the left one, we're going to do kind of same deal. Just turn this down a little bit. This already kind of looks good, but it is moving a little bit less than that one, so we'll make sure that we have kind of high spring and drag still. We'll decide later if I think that this movement is a little too much. I feel like also the head now that I messed with the neck settings, we could change the way that the mouse is moving. We could do elliptical for that like circular. There's kind of a cool rotation that's happening. If I turn movement limits all the way up, I think we'll be able to see exactly. Ooh, that's crazy. Okay, anyway. What about 14? That's where my normal one is set, I think. That's so cute. It looks like we're like, because of that backwards rotation effect we had for the bounce, we're kind of like, I feel like when we look around, we're like vibing. But I don't remember if we want that or not. Couple other parts are a little bit too sensitive, like this ear. I don't enjoy the delay anymore with the mouse. It's gonna have its own mouse tracking. In fact, we could probably do that first. No, sorry, I forgot we're doing hair first. Hair first! We're almost done. I gotta go soon. Left bang. Motion inherit. We don't want this much of a delay anymore, I don't think. In fact, we could get rid of the delay and just focus on lower drag, higher spring, just like the rest of the hair pieces. Probably actually a little bit higher on this one. It's not inheriting from the middle bang, so we can... There we go. Maybe a little bit faster of a bounce. Turn down drag a little bit. There we go. That kind of looks good. Okay. And I think it's just the little hoge needs to get turned down a little bit. Turned down for what? But more spring. More drag, more spring, less rotation. There we go. That looks good. Yeah. Something like that works, I think. We could maybe keep a little bit of a delay on it too. The pigtails need to be adjusted a little bit. I think our best bet is to just turn down what the rotation effect looks like. Down the rotation effect settings, get that higher spring again. Maybe less drag. Maybe less spring a little bit to make it bouncier. Lower it down, make it bouncy. I think it's okay to stick with the delay that it has. Here we go. I think that's a believable bouncy hair. I really like the left one still. I think the left one looks good the way it is. I think maybe we want negative rotation on this too, though. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's cool. Looks good. Yay! We're so cute. So cute! And then I think I'm fine with left pigtail. So now we can do my second favorite part. Or actually, this is my first favorite part. Hair physics was my second favorite part. We're gonna go into mess with our ears, which is not specifically my favorite part, but one of the coolest parts of the 3D effect that we're gonna try to do. So let's turn on, we'll do it left ear first. We're gonna turn on mouse tracking. And what I'm gonna do is, first let's set this to 0. This is following the motion of my face right now. If I set this to a negative value, something really small, something really subtle for now, it's going to move opposite to where my face is moving. And we'll turn on elliptical just to see. We can turn this up a little bit, I think, just to see. For the horizontal. This is too much, right? So just mess around with these settings. If I do -5, it's kind of there. We want it, so what's happening is I want it to look like it's getting hidden behind that side, the left side of the face, as my face comes out, because we're trying to make up this rotation effect, which will make sense once the rest of my facial features are moving as well. So let's see. We don't want it to move all the way out to the left like that. What we could do, I mean, let's turn this up because I do want it to hide behind the head more. We'll get that -8 again. But I wonder if messing with the neutral position could help a little. Actually, maybe this is what we want. We're going to keep it like that just to see. And then vertical movement is also going to be negative, because when you look up, your ears kind of look like they come down because your head is tilting up. So -6, we're going to try that for now. And this will make more sense once the rest of me is moving. But you can already kind of get the effect of what the ear looks like coming down. We can maybe even turn this up to a -10. Depending on how much we're trying to make it look like our head is moving. And let's do the same thing-ish, sort of, to the right ear. The right is going to behave a little bit differently. I think we're going to try it, at least. Let's set these to 0 just to see. We're still following the face. And I think what's happening is when we go left, the ear comes out horizontally still. A little bit. There's not much I feel like I don't want to go too aggressive on this, because like when it comes in, when I'm looking towards the front, it comes a little bit too close to the face. What we could do is maybe actually just move it out more. Like that. That just means it'll be in a different position if we turn off mouse tracking. But I don't think that's a big deal. I think that looks fine. So there we have kind of a little bit of an illusion happening. It's easier in my main model because I have bangs covering it there. In my main model, this ear actually ends up looking like it's not attached anymore because it moves so much for the effect to work. I would love to be able to do that. I do think it's a little trickier with this. I think that's a little too much. We'll see what we can do. We might end up deciding we want bangs later to sell this better, but even right now, this looks kind of cool. And then we'll do the same movement limits for vertical as the left ear, wherever that is. Left ear was how much? -10. So -10, because this ear is also going to move opposite vertically to the rest of the head. That'll help a little bit with this. Let me make sure that I turned on elliptical for all of it. Elliptical, I believe if they all have the same neutral position and distance factor, I think we will have like a matching smooth circle to follow. I don't remember if I did face though. Elliptical. I did. Okay. I guess the elliptical isn't as noticeable if your like movement, if your neutral is in the middle and then your like max distance ends up being just the monitor you're using. But it's there. And especially if you started to adjust those settings, you will notice it. Okay, so we're already kind of seeing, especially with my eye contact toggled, eye contact helps sell it a lot because the irises I already turned on negative mouse tracking, which in fact I should show that because we actually did that yesterday. It's not going to be in today's VOD. Our eye contact, those irises both have -5 for movement limit. I think if we, so it's inheriting motion from the eye whites, which are inheriting motion from the face, which moves 14 and 14. So basically it means the eye whites are going to move 14 pixels when our face does. Our irises are moving -5 from that, so they're only moving 9 pixels, I think. Hello, Liquid Grim. Thank you for the follow. So with the irises, the eye contact iris is only moving that much. I think we actually have a pretty good like eye contact. I wish I made this cooldown longer. I think that's pretty good for eye contact. We could adjust it a little bit. I almost feel like we want less. Eye contact iris out. Oh yeah, this is just inheriting motion from iris, right? We could maybe try. We might want different settings for. Oh, there we go. Now it really looks like we're holding eye contact. But for for different reasons, you might want like the 3D effect of like having them even more like a negative, or having even more of a negative offset to this. Let's see what it looks like with 10, for example. -10, -10. Like this is kind of cool, actually. It did look like we were still the way that we had it before. But this is even better, I think. Yeah, I like this. This is kind of more similar to what my eye contact does. There we go. So now no matter where my mouse is, it kind of looks like we're looking right at you, which is going to sell this effect for sure. So we have that. That's cool. Rahituber. Yeah, so I'm working all this week on setting up a new Rahituber in real time for Twitch. A, to show everybody how to do it and be able to hang out and answer questions while I'm doing it. B, to get footage to do videos later, which I've never done before. And I'm notoriously bad at like explaining my decisions, so this is also practicing for that. But if you're interested at all in PNG tubing, Rahi is my favorite program and really, really cool, really customizable. Right now we're adding mouse tracking, which is what I have on my main model. You can see in the bottom right. And by far my favorite feature so far. Right now we're doing some tricky, some special illusion stuff on our mouse tracking for the eyes to make it look like we're looking directly at you while the rest of us moves, which is kind of cool. And then we have our normal eye tracking. This is toggling a little too often, so we're gonna do intervals of like 10 seconds. It's automatically toggling my eye contact sometimes, as you can see. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. We don't need to touch the earring very much. I'm happy with that. We could maybe do, just to add even more 3D bullshit on the chain, add different tracking settings and just do like +2, +2 maybe. Or I lied, actually, it's -2. So that it's gonna move with that negative movement that the ear has, but move a little bit further because it's closer to you. And objects that are closer to you will look like they're moving more. And I feel like because I moved the position of the ear, but I didn't move the position of. Hello, non-Yoon. ADHD real. Real. That's been my struggle the entire time I've been doing these tutorials. Yes.
Go.
Thank you for the hydrate. I grabbed water earlier and didn't drink it. Whoa, where did our thing go? I think I was about to replace this with 8 or something. We're moving this a little because we moved this ear and then forgot to move the earring. Why are you looking at me like that? Both of them are looking at you now. What are you gonna do? Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Oh my god, I'm gonna be obsessed with this. It's so bouncy. Groovy, 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 baby. There are a couple, I think, PNGtuber programs. At least, the other one that I know of is called Hulk, that also does this like mouse tracking where you can set mouse tracking. But I haven't tried it myself. I cannot stress enough how cool this is, though. Especially with how customizable, because you're just entering your own numbers for it. You're directly telling the program how many pixels to move with the mouse, and that's so cool. I think that the ear's kind of like okay, but I think there's like motion like physics on it that I don't really like anymore with mouse tracking. I don't know. But the other ear has delay on it, so we can probably get rid of these though. Oh wait, no, we wanted those because the earrings are following. The earring is following it. Wap, wap, wap. Wap, 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 wap. I do think the ear on the right is a little distracting. I don't know. But maybe we'll do the rest of the face for the mouse tracking special illusions. I think we're doing the back of the head first though, because this is another really cool trick. Same deal. All you're doing, you're gonna go to your mouse tracking. We're gonna start by going to 0, but we're gonna put negative values on both, and we'll see what that does. I'm gonna put a really, we'll put like -20, which is too much, but just to show you. Okay, I'm in the way right now. Goodbye. I'm moving over here. But if you look at where the pigtails are, where the back of the head is, this negative movement is the key to making it look like we're rotating the head rather than just looking to the left and right. You start to I already feel like doing like this makes it look like I'm looking more directly at the front, whereas this way, if I'm not making eye contact, you know, it's like I'm starting to turn towards the left. And that was a super easy trick, just by doing our back layer and giving it like negative mouse tracking to offset. So we need to turn this down because this is, oh god, this is this is a little bit too sensitive. So we'll go -14, -14. Why do I feel like I moved the position somewhere weird? I feel like it's not quite in the right place. We're seeing a little bit at the top of part of the layer we're not really supposed to see. I think that's okay. But I wonder, did I do an outline there that I don't really want? Whoa. What happened here? Hello? Oh yeah, so there's an outline there. What I would probably do, and what I did in my main model, is just have this be like a flat red color. I think we're too far down though. I think we need to be like up, like, whoa. No, that's not. Like 1250. We have to kind of turn off mouse tracking for a second to see if it's in the right spot. This is the default position, right? Scoochie over here. Oh, it's actually, I was wrong. It's not high enough. But for our purposes, we might actually want it to be a little bit below. It looks okay down here still. There's a little bit of a problem here with the way I drew the hood. The hood being on top of the hair base, the hoodie I mean. If I toggle on and off this hoodie, you'll see what I mean. That part of the hair is supposed to be on top, but I drew it in that way, and we need it. I think we need the rest of this hoodie to be on top of hair back. So tomorrow when we're back in Clip Studio, I'll fix that. It's not super duper noticeable, but it is a little bit. Okay, hair back. Oh, we turned off mouse tracking, I forgot. Hair back already looks pretty good. We're kind of yeah, we're kind of revealing too much of line art on the side there. I think we want it just enough. I'm trying to think. What was it before that we liked when it was -20, right? But then we get on the left there. We're seeing a little bit too much of the line art part. So maybe we want less vertical. Red Eye! Oh my god! Oh, you came in right at ad break. Oh wait. Red Eye, what's up? You're fine. Hello. Doesn't it look cool? Did you see the beginning of it by any chance? We brought the little Scuff dude I was drawing to life. We're working on my 3D effect right now. My trick. My devious trick that I did with my main model. You can kind of see how they match the movement a little bit. It's the back of the hair that we're working on right now. Without it, the ears move in a way that helps trick us into thinking we're moving, like rotating. But the back of the hair is really the biggest part of that. Did I make all of that? Yeah, I did. From scratch, baby. All week we're working on setting this up from the beginning. We're using Rahituber, which Rahisaurus is in the Pink Fuzzy Bunnies. He's the dev behind that. It's what I use for my main model. Even with back hair to remove. Thank you. I'm happy with this. I'm being a little bit obsessive and spending. My streams have been a little bit too long working on these, but I'm excited. I already like how this is looking. I think there's a bit of motion inherent on the. Oh yeah, we did a tiny bit of rotation effect and delay. But if we did more delay, that might help. I want it to move more out to the right, but less out to the left. I'm not sure exactly. I think if we messed with neutral position a little bit, that might. I can't remember. We went over mouse tracking like that earlier with the eyes, but I already forget. We'll just play with it and see if we get the effect that we want. I don't know. If neutral position is over here. Yeah, that kind of has... Ah, God! That kind of has the opposite effect to what I want. Maybe put it in the center here. It's the movement limits that matter the most, but we want it to not move farther than here. Yeah, see, now it's... I like how far it goes on the left, kinda. Not really. I lied. If we said we had 30 or whatever, we're moving too far to the right. For sure. But what this means right now is our neutral position is here. So maybe if I do neutral position all the way, let's say on the second monitor, like 250. Whoa. And we move out. Oh, this is interesting. I think it's being weird because of the elliptical, maybe? Wow. And we still get... It's still too far over here. So I wonder, maybe the only way to fix that is to adjust where the back layer actually lives. Let's change these back to default because I'm trying to do this without changing neutral position and distance factor too much. Seriously good. Oh, thank you. Need to go to work. Have fun at work. Thank you so much, Red Eye. I appreciate you. I'm excited to record little videos and show people. Horseback. 106. Okay, yeah, so if we move it towards the right and just change the position a little bit, maybe then I'll like it, and we can maybe adjust the neutral position a little. Our neutral position should be somewhere around here for the other tracking. Oh no, our neutral position is in the middle for all of the other face layers. So let me think. Maybe we want to move it down. It's kind of the bottom of the hair that, oh god, that sells it more than anything, I feel like. Eesh. Where was this before? Yeah, it's definitely too much. This morning. I think this is pretty much where it was before. Keep wanting to go over this way, like it feels like I should be able to move more. Whoa. See, now we're going a little too far. I think 20 might be our sweet spot. I will probably move it back to like here. Slide here. And we will move it down a little bit more by adjusting this value. It's kind of alright. I think I'm thinking hard. What if we go back to this? Just it's definitely still too low. Or high up. I think we can turn up. We can get away with moving the vertical, turning up the vertical movement limits too. Might be a little too much. It definitely looks good though. We can do more with this too, like the hair top. We can see if we can do something with that as well. We can help by taking this layer and giving it a tiny mouse tracking movement to go a little bit higher than the rest of the face because it's in front. Try that real quick. Track mouse, we're gonna set to 0, 0 at first. But let's say 3 and 3. Maybe let's make it like higher just to see what it looks like. There we go, that's pretty cool. And the other two bangs there will follow. And then we just kind of want to do, we want to do the same kind of effect on some of the other pieces. Like we'll do, went into hair middle layers, we'll do it to left bang. Mouse, say, what do we do? 10 and 10. We'll see if we want to change that, but oh, that's pretty good actually. Oh, I forgot to turn on the elliptical though. Wow, that looks good. Especially when the eye contact is on. Can't wait to do the face parts. That's gonna look so sick. It's coming together, baby. Hair side R, we want to do a little bit of that on. But I'm trying to remember. I think this one needs to move negative actually, just by a little bit. Yeah. it comes out a little bit as we move left and goes away to the right a little. I wonder if it actually doesn't have negative for... No, this is definitely going to be a negative. Let's actually turn it up a notch, baby. Wow, that looks good. What the hell? I'm surprising myself. A little too much on this vertical. Or horizontal is what I meant. I think if we did a delay, maybe that might work. Oh, too much delay. Or it already has a drag, but I'm trying to think of how to make it move just a little bit below the ear. Like, or after the ear, I mean. Whee. I think it needs spring, actually. Oh, I didn't turn on elliptical. That's important, I think. If all the rest of them have elliptical, we want all of them to matchies. Okay, now I lied, I don't think I want delay. It moves kind of exactly with the ear, because I feel like the ear must have the same parameters. So, and I think it'll be moving more, so we'll just slightly adjust that. Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, this is gonna help so much. We could do the sideburn. Transforms. Back mouse, we're gonna give it a little bit of a negative 2. It should probably be behind this ear. Well, I guess it needs to be in front. Okay, well, okay, I had a vision. I don't know if this is gonna work. It's very subtle, but I think it helps. Okay, and then our pigtails are gonna move a little bit separate from the back, but not that much, I think. Back mouse, we're gonna go... We want positive or negative? Probably negative for horizontal. Try for vertical too. Wee. It's a little bit less of the vertical because I think it moves enough on its own vertically, I think. Wow. Slay. Okay, whatever the back of the head is doing is not sparking. I think it is a little bit too far out to the right now. Which I kind of expected. Let's change this down to put this down at blah 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 blah. And again. Oh, that's cool. It almost looks like the hair's making it behind the ear, which definitely sells looking straight at the camera a little bit better. It's a little bit wonky looking, but you can see what I'm going for here. I actually wonder if this neck should actually move opposite too. In my head, I feel like that would look the way I want it to. But only a little bit. That makes sense? Wow. Okay, yeah, it does work a little bit. Now I feel like though that the original head position should be a little bit more the right, which means I think if we can get away with it by just scooching this. It isn't what it looks like in the original art, but I think it will better this. Wow. Whoa, dude. We would have to fix the art here, but that's okay. Wow. Okay. Now I think my other idea was to do horns. Let them have have just a little bit of their own. I think they'll move. I don't know. Let's see what this. What would we expect this to be? I think yeah, positive. Again, super subtle, but it moves just a little bit more than the face. You can see the difference between left horn and right horn. We can actually probably turn up, yeah, turn up the vertical as well. Whoa, 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 whoa. You can see how those, like, rotation physics on the head work now with the mouse tracking. Almost done, I swear. I'm so excited about this part, though. It's starting to look so good. What did I do? 5 and 5? This one? Oh, was 5 and 5? Oh, let's make sure there's elliptical. Do we think that this would move with the rest of the... I feel like no. I feel like this would be... The horizontal would actually be opposite. I don't know, because I feel like it comes out, right? Oh, that's left. Whoops, my bad. That's not what I wanted. We're doing that to the right one. Oh. Yeah. Kind of, sort of. Maybe a little bit less of that. Or more? I'm not sure which would be better. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's not moving at all, which we do want it to kind of look like it's moving with the head still, but like rotating, so I don't know yet about this one. I think the vertical is good. We could even maybe turn up the vertical on these. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh my god, this is so slayful. It's a little bit tricky because we're moving so many parts that, like, now I feel like this is too like 5 head. But it'll work when we move the rest of the face, I think. I turn on elliptical? Yeah. I can't wait to show Rahi next time what we're doing, what we're cooking. Trying to decide if vertical is too much. No, this is good. This is good. Okay. And what we're gonna do first is we're gonna put a little bit of my other big trick is having the nose move more than everything else, essentially, and with positive values. So let's, like, for the example, 10 and 10. Let's see what that looks like. I lied. The nose moves more horizontally. I think it moves the opposite vertically. Kinda. We just need to adjust these numbers. It sure looks good, though. Wee, wee, wee. My nose go up and down? It kinda, but a little bit separate. So I wonder... It's like a -2? Yeah, that might be good. If we had a properly shaded nose, I think this would look more realistic. And you know what? This actually needs to be higher. Maybe we actually want a positive movement for vertical. No, I do want negative for sure. Well, that's cool. It's just kind of weird because it doesn't really look like a nose. It's just a little bit of a you know, a line. Let's continue with the rest of it and see what we get. I think glasses are going to be... They're kind of fine the way they are with the delay. But I think adding a little bit extra mouse movement will help as well. And doing... Let's do -10. Oh, that's cool. Maybe -8. Let's try that. And then, you know, when we get to the extremes, it looks a little bit silly. But for the most part, my mouse is going to be up in here, right? So. Then let's do our mouth. Back mouth. I think mouth moves just a little bit negative. Actually, no. We're going to want it to move, just kidding. It's going to move a little bit with the face. Just not that much. Yeah, I think that's good. And then negative for vertical. I think this works. Might be a little too much for that, though, for that effect. Wow. Yeah, okay, that's cool. And then we'll do eyebrows first, and then the the eyes, and then we're done for today. Eyebrows are going to be basically the same idea. Although I think actually they're set to follow by default whites, I think. So we probably actually don't need to do extra mouse tracking. I lied. We're going to go ahead into the eyes and do something to our whites. No, I don't remember. We do extra horizontal and then negative vertical. No. Kinda, sort of, maybe-ish, but I actually think we're gonna go the opposite. Trying to decide what to do with this nose. Yeah, I think the vertical that I put on there is a little bit too much. We are gonna turn up the horizontal on this though. That's a little bit too much. By 8. Now we're talking. Kind of getting it. I think what's gonna happen though, I'm gonna try turning it down for the whites, and then actually I lied. Turn more. How many times have I said that? More for the whites, and actually we'll do only a little bit there, and we're gonna turn it up on the mask and the lashes, I think. So to do that, we'll go up here and just give it its own. See what that kind of does. Move the lashes a bit more. The rest, it doesn't really do that much right now, but yeah, the lashes moving more is kind of cool. It's a little too much though. It's already moving with the whites. Makes their eye contact look a little bit funny to move that much. I think I like it though. Might need to adjust the eye contact settings. Oh yeah, we probably do because the eye contact is still following the motion of the whites too. Well, maybe we can turn this up a little bit. See how we do with that. Oh yeah, that looks cool. The left iris looks a little bit funny, but okay, I'm happy with this, I think. Adjust the nose a little bit, probably. I think we're better off with just like a 0.1, just a subtle negative movement. I think what I actually have on mine, though, is like a positive movement for the nose, so maybe we stick to that. Actually, yeah, I think I like that better. I always say the nose moves the most anyway. In fact, and turn that way up. To trick our eyeballs. A couple things physics-wise that I don't think I want to keep now that we have this mouse tracking set up. But otherwise, I'm pretty happy. It might be a little bit extreme right now, but for tutorial's sake, I think that was cool to show. Oh, I forgot one last thing. Horns back. We're gonna do. Because I said that we're gonna try to split these layers to see if we could do something cool that I haven't tried before with horns. And all that was is adding negative mouse tracking values. I lied actually, because we want or it's still negative, but we're gonna add more. Make it try to go behind the back of the head. Ooh. Okay, it almost works. The left horn there. Almost. We're gonna maybe not do anything with vertical though. I lied to you again. We just need it to be a little subtle. Or unless maybe I'm wrong and maybe we need it more. I think that left line art is gonna bother me though. Seems to like show really easily, so I mean it's still cool. You can't really see it with the black background anyway, but once we go up here we start to break up the horn a little bit. So let's turn this down, see what it looks like at like 12, maybe 10. But I do really want it to move more than that. I think that would look awesome. Yeah, it's a little bit scuffy looking, unfortunately. But you can see what the effect is supposed to be. Ooh. Okay. We're going back to like -10. I think that was an okay compromise. We'll stick this at -5. And we'll put pretty much the exact same settings on horn right. See what that is like. -10. Kind of, sort of. I think for this one, it would almost need to have like more than the left one on the vertical. Okay, that works a little bit. You can see what it's supposed to do at least. We can always change the original position if I need to. Yeah, you can see now oh man, now I have more work to do because the bangs are bothering me. When I go over here, the bang covers that horn. A couple ways we can solve this. We can put that layer underneath the horn if I wanted to, or more mouse tracking. Just add a slight, I don't know, negative for the horizontal. I want it to go kind of underneath this bang. Whoa. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Whoa, forgot about this. I wonder if anything happens if we do negative for that. Nothing super noticeable, but still don't really like where it is with the horn, fortunately. But I don't know, maybe we can just cheat it by moving it like closer to the... Yeah, okay, that's fine. This left one is fine on its own, but now that we've added that illusion, I kind of want to track this as well. Do positive values. There we go. This looks so sick, hell yeah. I feel like something ended up happening with the back here where we ended up with different bounce settings, or like spring. Hey, is my dude not talking anymore? Yes. Oh, okay, this was just more sensitive. Blah blah blah, and I'm being quiet. We turn off these settings? Is that what happened? We don't want the hair back to have its own drag. I'm wondering why acting like that though. What if we do a positive rotation? No, that doesn't work. Here they're all rigged. Oh my lord. Cup, please. We're gonna fight again. My little chibi model doesn't have hands to throw yet, and I'm in this tiny corner. But hello, how are you? You like my little guy? We're about to be done for today. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. 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 I think we're just... I almost want to not have any rotation on this. Just do like a delay a little bit. I actually don't like that either though, I lied. Rotation is helping whatever the hell is happening. But I don't think I want that much spring is the thing. Or maybe I want higher spring, but higher drag. Whoa, that's smooth. Is it actually a PNGtuber at this point of his break? That's actually, I've genuinely wondered about that. Cause I'm like, I don't know how to describe what I'm doing to this. I'm like rigging it, but it's still like just made up of PNGs, you know? Still by definition a PNGtuber. Wee! Wee! Okay, this kind of looks cool. Like that. I think this drag is too long. And like this part of the back of the head wouldn't really bounce like that is the gripes that I have with this right now. Not really anyway. So I guess that just means I have to turn it up. All I need to do is just turn up the individual settings for the ponytails again. Make a longer spring, longer drag, and then I'll be happier with it. Something is making me unhappy about it still though. What is this? The right one? Yeah. It's kind of better. I want it to be very bouncy. But it's like, it feels like it's bouncing too fast, so drag needs to be higher, probably. There we go. That kind of looks more like I'm expecting it to. And we can turn up this. Turn up for what? Turn up the rotation a little bit? Just kidding. Let's just do 6. Nice. It's still kind of bouncing for too long. Is it, delay related, maybe? I think so. Yeah, see how slow it's springing now? Down that drag. There we go. I'm locked in. Sorry. Hold on. We're back. We're made of PGs unless we're... What? You are? You're telling me this now? What do you mean? We're made of the same stuff and I've been trying to fight you for how long? When you're just like me for real, for real? I need to adjust the eye contact settings still. Because it still looks pretty believable here, but when I'm over here, it's like, hello. Yeah. I think it has to do with where the neutral position is. We'll figure that out. I'm going to figure that out off stream, though, because I gotta go. And I'm supposed to be watching a movie right now with my brothers. They're going to yell at me. Oh, spring is still too high. Look at it. It kind of like floats on its own because the spring is so high. But I don't know. I feel like it's like doing some crazy shit with the bounce. Maybe we actually need this to be way higher. Oh, we do need this to be way higher. Whoa. I'm still, you know, I've done this so much now with both of these models, and I'm still kind of learning how to get the effects that I want. Interesting. Whoa. Maybe we actually turn spring way down. I wanted to go a little slower on the spring. I can't remember how to do that except turning down the rotation effect. I mean, really high spring does this. See what it's doing there? Doing something silly. Maybe I actually just don't want that much spring, but I do though. But I do. It already has some spring from the back here, but it's like, it's a little bit scuffy looking. Is it solved at all by a delay? Not really. Low drag, high spring. How about both in the middle? No, I think we're back to wanting to do less rotation. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is okay. Turns out you're just like all the other shows. No! No! Back to the drawing board. I gotta figure out something different to do. Okay, alright. I'm happier with the pigtail now. We're gonna cheat by just trying to copy. See if it works. 52, 92, minus 5. Cool. That kind of works, I think. I think we're good. You're actually no! Never said no! Never say that to me again. I can't be a normie. Oh my god. I'm normal? You know, I've been trying to tell everybody that. I'm trying to tell everybody that I'm normal and they just don't believe me. I don't know why. I don't know what makes them think. Look at this shit, chibi Cringedevil. Look at this shit. Okay, don't look at me. Look at the shit. Yeah, look at that. Okay, don't look at me like that. I'm uncomfortable. Man, this is so meta. It's me talking to my little dude. There's nothing wrong with me? Then why do I do the things that I do? Nothing makes sense anymore. Oh my god, hell yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Looking at you, looking directly. Okay, so just to see if I turn off the eye contact tracking. And I move over to this way. Okay, so I think it's a tracking setting that I want to change a little bit. It does work for like staying in place, but I think we just want to turn down the vertical, or sorry, the horizontal again. I think that's better. Wow, 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 look at this little guy. Thank you. I'm happy. I'm surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised at how it ended up looking. There's some very specific finicky things I want to do to the settings, but the overall vibe is interesting. I think I did new things this time that I didn't do last time. Like if you look at the back of the horns, there's a little bit of an illusion happening there. Only a little bit because I didn't draw it perfectly for that. She's just a little guy. Yeah. I can almost look right at you. I think I lied. I think I do need more mouse tracking on the left eye specifically for the contact, which is I think what I needed to do on my thing. I need to stop finicking though because I'm supposed to be gone. Let's try just like 5 pixels more and see what that does for eye contact specifically. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, I think I meant to do -5 more or whatever. Oh, no, that definitely didn't. No. That's definitely not what I meant to do, but that's really funny. Hello, guys. Kip E Cringedevil here. I'm a 2D PTuber. I'm not a PTuber. I'm not a PP boy. I'm not. Big country Canada. Why buy a mattress anywhere else? Also, what the hell in fuck? Where's my other eye? Hang on. Oh, I did this down here. Ah, I'm tired. Okay. We gotta be done. We gotta be done. Oh no. I broke it again. I think I was actually on the right track with moving it more in the positive direction. But then we kind of lost the eye contact effect that I had. So maybe like we'll do like 2 more pixels. I don't know. We'll figure that out. I just don't like how it looks when I'm over here trying to make eye contact. Okay. Everybody, I gotta run. We're gonna find somebody to raid. But, oh my gosh, this is so cute. I'm gonna mess around with it later on after stream. I think I'll turn up some of the settings on the torso to kind of help animate us and move us around a little bit, because I do think what we have so far is really cool for the head, but I added more to, like, we move a little bit more than I anticipated us moving, so I want to make the rest of the body kind of match. And then tomorrow we're going to be back at 2, possibly earlier if I sleep enough, because we have work to do. Actually, we're just doing states tomorrow, so we're going to be talking about like the types of toggles that I have on my model right now that I want to recreate on this thing. I love this little dude, so maybe I'll spend more time than I thought doing that. We're going to do the different mouth shapes. We're going to do expressions. We're going to talk about hotkeys and webhooks and different ways that you can trigger the states. And then on Saturday and or Sunday, we'll do some extra really silly stuff like googly eyes and I don't know, whatever else chat wants to cook that day. Wow. Okay. Oh yeah, we'll do arm toggles too, probably. For like a little wave. I would love a little wave. Now that we can have individual motion, it'd be pretty easy to do a wave effect. That's so cool. I'm so excited. Let me not wiggle my eyes. I'm so excited. I can't stop wiggling. I'm just so excited, dude. Holy shit. Okay. We're going away now. I'm so tired. Okay. Thank you for hanging out today. I'm sorry this ended up 18 years long again. I'm gonna have a hell of a time editing these down later. Let's find somebody to raid. Okay. Do. When you can finally wiggle. I know! This wiggle is so nice. You know, I don't mind my own wiggle, but you know what's going to happen is I'm going to spend 18 years adjusting things on my current model to try to recreate some of these effects that I think turned out really well on the chibi. It's tripping me out. I feel like the 3D effect is almost too good. I'm like, whoa. We can't really do much with the hoodie because that's all just one layer except for the back. So we can't do too much with like facing the front and whatever on the hoodie, unfortunately. But one day. But at that point, then we're just making a VTuber. That works with mouse tracking instead. Wow, wow, wow. Boing, 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 boing. Wah. Okay. We're going away. Let's go raid Vivian. Vivian is playing Stardew Valley, modded Stardew with some cozy cult folks. My friend Moogie and Adri, who's also a Pig Fuzzy Bunny member, and Lil Foxy. So we'll raid Vivian. Vivian is a member of PFB as well, if you didn't know. Our official and unofficial stream team. Wow, I put my hand up at the perfect time for that. Oh my god, this is gonna be so good. This is where we have anime nights, we hang out and yap. That's not just stream team, by the way, if that's not clear. This is also like a community. It was Shock's personal like Discord, actually even before I think he was streaming, it was just his like hangout server and stuff. First, it had since become home of Pink Fuzzy Bunnies, and I live in the walls there. I also have my own Discord where I post updates, and apparently we're playing a bunch of Wheel of Fortune with Moose, which I think he hates. I think he started something that he's not, he wasn't prepared to deal with, considering he didn't know what to do when I refused to pick a letter other than A. I don't know why it was so hard to give me an A. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. You can use a raid message if you want. Vivian knows us, but go say hi, give a follow, and be nice. Also follow Moogie, Adrian, Foxy if you want other cool people to follow. We'll do rated by Cringe Demons. I'm falling asleep right now. Cringe Demons, blah blah blah. Oh, also follow my social medias. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm being kicked out. Bye.